All right. Welcome to the Carboncopies Foundation 2020 Winter Workshop event, Updating the Roadmap to Whole Brain Emulation Part 4, Successful Mind Uploading. What is personal identity and how can it survive mind uploading? This workshop event is produced entirely online with help of our generous patrons and donors, as well as our team of talented volunteers. I am Michael Ulrich, the Carboncopies Foundation Event Director, and I will be your moderator for today. This event is the fourth installment of our series for updating the 2008 Oxford University Roadmap. For this event, we will be exploring the subject of personal identity and how it can survive mind uploading. For many who view whole brain emulation as a means towards life extension, the survival of their personal identity is an important and even vital concern. Our goal for this workshop is to address these concerns, clarify the issues of identity survival, and reach a logical response. Our agenda today will be as follows. To start off, we will have an introduction by the Carboncopies Foundation Chairman, Dr. Randall Kuna. At approximately 8:15 a.m. Pacific Time, we will stream our first interview recording. Each interview begins with an introduction to the guest interviewee prepared by Dr. Randall Kuna. Also, I will avoid lengthy introductions in the list of our agenda. The first interviewer is with Professor Jeff McMahan, the White's Professor of Moral Philosophy, University of Oxford, well known for his published work on ethics, personal identity, and the beginning and end of a person's existence. Then, at 9:20 a.m. Pacific Time, we will begin the interview with Dr. Keith Wiley, who has written extensively about personal identity and mind uploading, and who is the Director of Communications at the Carboncopies Foundation. Following the second interview, we will begin our panel discussion at 10 a.m. Pacific Time. At 11:40 p.m. Pacific Time, Dr. Randall Kuna will give the final closing remarks. Our workshop is participatory and is open to all of our international attendees and viewers. You are invited to write questions directly into the chat that is enabled for our YouTube live stream. One of our excellent staff members is monitoring the chat and will alert me to interesting and topical questions, which I will read to the panel. More complicated or multi-part questions, where it is important to establish that the question is properly understood and answered, are best asked directly by engaging with the panelists. We make this possible through our call-in number. The number and PIN are shown at the bottom of the screen right now. They are also written in the live stream description and on the livestream carboncopies.org webpage. They are 786-540-3631 with PIN 180-618-986. If you are calling from outside the U.S., you may also use the web call-in option at call.carboncopies.org to avoid telephone charges. The process is similar to calling in to a radio show. Your call will be monitored and a respectful exchange is expected. When your question would benefit from direct interaction, I will invite you to call in if you can. If you want to add a note to your question stating that you can call in or that you cannot, that will be very helpful to our moderator. Our many thanks go out to our patrons and donors, to our volunteers, and to the many experts who make time in their busy schedules to participate in our workshops. We are a 501c3 nonprofit operating with the sole mission of advancing research in whole brain emulation. We appreciate the many contributions that have allowed us to organize events such as these. If you would like to become a monthly donor or to make a one-time donation, you can visit carboncopies.org/donate and donate by PayPal, credit card, bank transfer, or cryptocurrency. Now, before we get started with the first interview, a few technical comments that are important for our panelists and others who have joined us directly through our online meeting tool. Unfortunately, technical details make it very difficult for us to reliably live stream video and audio to the YouTube live stream, as well as to the panel meet session at the same time. This means that during the interviews, we ask our panelists please open a browser window to the YouTube live stream. You can find the link at carboncopies.org/livestream. You will be able to listen to the interviews there like all of our international viewers. When the interviews have ended, please close or mute your YouTube window and switch back to the panel meet session for the discussion. Please let me know if any of this is unclear or if you experience any difficulties. Dr. Randall Kuna, the Carboncopies Foundation founder and chairman, will now give a brief introduction. Dr. Kuna?
Yeah, it's a very brief introduction. It's just to say that, as Michael already pointed out, this is, of course, a continuation of our effort to talk with experts, to do interviews with them as a means of collecting the information that we want to use to update the roadmap. Now, the original roadmap purposely stayed clear of what you might call metaphysical questions. And I think that was actually wise, but it's also very difficult to avoid in the long run. Asking about things such as, can you survive mind uploading, which is really what this is about. The question, does your personal identity continue? Can you survive a mind uploading procedure? It's really the central question that most people will ask, because aside from being an interesting tool for the advancement of the human species, getting complete control over what is going on inside our brains, being able to advance that in one way or another, whole brain emulation and mind uploading through whole brain emulation is very often seen as a life extension method. And if it is supposed to be that, then of course the question of personal survival is important. That's why this time we've decided, okay, let's not be around the bush. Let's just get straight at the question, include it in the roadmap, and do our best to look at the different arguments and to discuss them. And as you'll notice in the interviews that are going to be shown in just a moment, the central question typically revolves not so much around, can you survive mind uploading at all? Most people that are interested in the technology seem to agree that there are some ways to survive mind uploading, but the question tends to revolve around, well, can you survive a certain type of uploading, a certain method? And the method that people tend to worry about the most is something that is often simply called scan and copy. So the idea that you would have a device that can scan all of the information in your brain, and that can then reconstruct you, at least reconstruct your brain. And then the question is, this reconstructed brain, is that you? That's the question that most people find difficult, because they can imagine something called replacement, gradual replacement, where you replace the neurons one by one, or you replace certain parts of the brain one by one, up to some, I don't know how many neurons you can replace at the same time or how fast, and that seems to be okay. People imagine that's something where personal identity continues. But then when you talk about this procedure of so-called scan and copy, that's where it gets difficult. So you'll find that most of the discussion is going to be about that, rather than the more, the more general question of, is there any method at all whereby you could survive mind uploading? With that, I think I've given enough introduction, and you'll find that the two interviews coming up with Professor Jeff McMahan and Dr. Keith Wiley address those questions in greater detail, and I'll let you start showing those. Thank you.
So, Randall, do we need to go to the YouTube channel to watch those?
Okay, yes, to be clear, and this is repeating what Michael said, because it is not technically possible yet for us to loop that video back into the meet session that we're currently on, those of us who've joined this meet session will just have to mute that session or just ignore it for a moment and look at the live stream. So the YouTube live stream, that's where the interviews are going to play. And then we'll just jump back here to discuss. I hope that's clear.
Thank you, Dr.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Kuna.
In the YouTube chat, I'm going to quickly post the live stream URL as well, in case some of you don't have it. So it's in the chat now, in the Meet chat. Okay, there we go.
At this time, we will now begin our first interview. And we will now begin with our interview with Dr. Jeff McMahan.
A conversation on personal identity and surviving mind uploading with Professor Jeff McMahan. Professor Jeff McMahan is the Weitz Professor of Moral Philosophy at the University of Oxford. Widely known for his work on bioethics, animal ethics, and related studies, he has written extensively about matters of identity, death, killing, the beginning of life, and the end of life. Recommended readings include Cloning, Killing and Identity, Brain Death, Cortical Death and Persistent Vegetative State, and Cognitive Disability and Cognitive Enhancement. According to McMahan, our interest in living depends on our psychological connection to our future selves at a given time. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us here. I'm not going to do a long introduction right now because we're going to paste an introduction in front of it anyway. But perhaps it's useful to you if I can say a few things about who we are, our organization, just so that you're aware. The Carboncopies Foundation, which I'm the founder of, is a research nonprofit that focuses on an interest in building artificial human brains. So basically neural prosthesis taken to the extreme, as it were. And the possibility of doing that not just for a generic blueprint of a human brain, but for a specific human brain. In fiction, that's sometimes called mind uploading, and in a sense, that's what takes place in those teleporter scenarios that you see in science fiction as well. Now, of course, we recognize that this sort of thing is scientifically and technologically incredibly ambitious, and that we don't try to make any predictions about when or even if that's ever going to become a reality. That said, given that there is already work taking place on building neuromimetic prosthesis for regions CA3 and CA1 of the hippocampus and similar work, I can imagine possible paths that would eventually take us there. So we treat it as a topic that has a lot of interesting scientific and technological questions, and we usually just address those problems. So typically, what we talk about are things like data acquisition. How would you record the detailed connectome? Or how would you record high-resolution electrophysiology? Or the modeling problem? But the questions that are often asked are really not even about those things. Some of the most common questions that we get, especially from the lay public, are things like, can you create consciousness in an artificial brain? Or, if your brain is reconstructed, do you survive such an upload in the sense that your personal identity carries on? So we decided that to update the so-called roadmap to whole brain emulation, both of those questions deserved some explicit treatment. And in the preceding part of this series, we talked with a few experts about consciousness, and now the topic is personal identity.
Okay.
Now, typically, what we do is we try to keep our topics as independent as possible so that there isn't a lot of confusion by having to deal with multiple complex questions at the same time. So, for instance, we deal separately with the problem of data acquisition, and then we simply assume, okay, what if we assume that those problems were solved and we could acquire data at an arbitrary degree of precision? Now let's talk about the next problem. And so that's how we then talk about consciousness. And then if we assume that we can create consciousness and that's not a problem, now we try to deal with this idea of, okay, so personal identity and how it could survive a procedure such as that if everything else were given, right?
Okay.
And I think one of the things that we have the hardest time with is that every time when a conversation turns to something like consciousness or personal identity, we begin with everyone being in some different corner when it comes to what they understand as personal identity, or what it means for personal identity to persist or to survive. And that makes it difficult, that these definitions don't seem to be really precise. And it would be nice if we can help that sort of thinking along in a way to make it a bit more precise. Yeah, that would be really helpful, actually. That would help us enormously. So yeah, if we could at least talk about what it's like right now to have personal identity and what that means and how it can persist, even in normal daily circumstances, all the sort of things that happen, even things that perhaps we don't always think about but that do happen, such as, what if someone has to undergo a procedure whereby all brain activity is stops because they have to do hypothermic surgery. So there is really no brain activity anymore. But then later the activity returns. Is this still the same person? We don't normally think about that. We think, of course, they are. Because I think those kinds of examples of thinking about what that's like today, that helps us think about future scenarios as well. Anyway, I've gone on long enough. But I thought maybe the best place to start then is to get your take on how we're supposed to think about personal identity. And one of the things that has bothered me a lot when I read about it is that it isn't immediately clear to me whether people think of it in binary or graded terms. Because it's very easy to think of identity as identical. And so yeah, I'd love your take on that. How are we supposed to think about it?
Okay. first thing to say is, in response to your question about whether this is, as you say, binary or graded, I take that to mean, is personal identity all or nothing, or is it a matter of degree? And the answer, I think, is personal identity is all or nothing. Either someone in the future will be me, or that person will not be me. There's an all or nothing answer. And that's because when we use the notion of personal identity in the philosophical literature, what we're talking about really is simply existence. Whether I will continue to exist, when I began to exist, when I will cease to exist. So people are systematically misled by the use of the term identity, because that's a term that has a great many different meanings in ordinary language. And we can say things like, I'm losing my identity. Mm-hmm. And that's not what people have in mind when they're discussing the question of personal identity in the philosophical literature. That question, the question of personal identity, is really what are the conditions of the continued existence of one and the same individual entity. And the question of personal identity includes the question, what are the conditions of my beginning to exist? That is, when did I begin to exist? What is involved necessarily in my continuing to exist? And what are the necessary and sufficient conditions of my ceasing to exist? So it's entirely a question about existence. And that's all or nothing. Now, probably the most influential view in the philosophical writing about personal identity over the past 50 years is the view of the Oxford philosopher Derek Parfit, who defended what he called a reductionist conception of personal identity, according to which whether or not I continue to exist is just a function of how much of my brain and body is preserved. That is, my continued existence just consists in the continued existence of certain mental states, perhaps grounded in my brain, perhaps not. Mm-hmm. So what Parfit said is that on this reductionist view, sometimes there's no answer to the question, will I continue to exist? So it can be genuinely indeterminate whether an individual continues to exist or does not continue to exist. There'll be clear cases of continued existence, clear cases of ceasing to exist, but between those, there's no sharp threshold between, at least in some types of case in which, for example, there's a loss of the elements of psychology and so on over a certain period of time. Mm-hmm. During that period of time, the question, does this person continue to exist, may actually have no answer. It's just genuinely indeterminate. Now, if identity were a matter of degree rather than all or nothing, then the answer might be, oh, that person partially exists, but not fully. But the notion of partial existence is a difficult one metaphysically. So Parfit thought we should accept that our concept of identity, which is the concept of numerical identity, one and the same thing, is an all or nothing concept. But that doesn't mean that it's always true that I either exist or I don't exist. There can be these gray area cases in which we don't know the answer because perhaps there is no answer. But it's still all or nothing. Now, I can go on to explain something else. It's something else that Parfit said that's extremely important. Sure. And that is it okay? Shall I go on?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Throughout, I think, all of human history, people have thought correctly that it's appropriate for me to feel a certain type of concern for myself in the future that I can't feel for anyone else. That is, if if I know that I'm going to suffer agony tomorrow, and I also know that my child is going to suffer agony tomorrow, I may care much more about my child's suffering agony, but I can't anticipate my child's agony in the same way that I anticipate my own. And so what people have thought is that identity, personal identity, is the rational basis of this particular type of concern, which I call egoistic concern. Parfit called it what matters. He thought people traditionally thought identity is what matters. That someone in the future will be me is what makes it appropriate for me to care in a certain way about that person. What Parfit argued is that identity is not what matters. Identity is not the basis of egoistic concern, or the rational basis of egoistic concern. And his main argument for that was just a simple thought experiment. We know that a person can survive with only one cerebral hemisphere. That happens sometimes. A person's one whole hemisphere dies, but the person remains conscious. There's lots of loss, but still there's somebody there, and we think that's the same person. But the person could have survived with the other hemisphere. We can survive with one hemisphere, or we can survive with the other. We don't need them both. There's a lot of loss if we lose one or the other, but we can survive the loss of the hemisphere. But suppose neuroscientists were to sever the corpus callosum between the two hemispheres and extract the hemispheres from the brainstem and transplant one hemisphere into the body of one of my identical triplets, transplant the other hemisphere into the body of my other identical triplet, assuming that their hemispheres are gone, but they have functional brain stems, then those hemispheres, my cerebral hemispheres, could be functional in separate bodies. There would be two bodies in the room. These people could talk to each other. Each one of them would believe that he was me. Each one of them would say that he's me, and so on. And what's important on Parfit's view is that I, before this division of my brain, would be psychologically continuous with both of these people. And according to Parfit, and I agree, before the transplantation procedure, it would be rational for me to be egoistically concerned about both of these people. But according to Parfit and most other philosophers, I, before the transplant operation, can't possibly be identical with both of them, because they are two distinct, separate individuals. And I can't be numerically identical with two different things. Simple. If I'm A and one of those is B and one of them is C, then if I'm identical with A and I'm identical with B, if I'm A and I'm identical with B and I'm identical with C, that implies that B and C are identical, but they're clearly not. They're two different people.
Yeah.
As Parfit said, they could have a duel and fight each other. So what Parfit said, and I agree, is this kind of example shows that identity is not the basis of rational, egoistic concern about the future. Rather, certain relations, on his view, psychological relations, are the basis of egoistic concern. This is really relevant to your project because on Parfit's official view, which he articulated in his book in 1994, is that both the criterion of identity, of personal identity, is a technical notion that he called psychological continuity. I won't try to explain what that is, but it's basically the holding of certain types of psychological relations over time. And he said that in a different relation that he defined as psychological connectedness, those two things together, psychological continuity and connectedness, are what matters. That is, that they are the basis of egoistic concern about the future, not identity. Though the criterion of identity is psychological continuity.
Yeah.
But you could have psychological continuity and connectedness without identity, as in the case of the division of the brain and separate transplantation of the hemisphere.
Right. Yeah.
The important thing here then is this. everyone used to think that identity is what matters. Identity is all or nothing. So people used to think what matters is all or nothing, or the basis for rational egoistic concern about the future is all or nothing. If somebody will be me, I should feel fully egoistically or prudentially concerned about that person, whatever else is true, because it's me. Parfit says, no, that's a mistake. Identity is not what matters. The rational basis for egoistic concern is this set of relations, psychological connections over time, and that's a matter of degree.
Mm-hmm.
So what Parfit said was, it's rational for me to care about somebody who will be me in the future, much less than people in the past have thought, if I'm going to be only weakly psychologically connected with that person.
Yeah.
And as in the case of the separation and double transplantation of the hemispheres, it can be rational for me to be egoistically concerned about people who are not me. So identity remains important in certain ways.
Mm-hmm.
But what's really important, according to Parfit, are these relations.
Right.
Now, again, a thing that's extremely important to your ambitions or what you're concerned with is this. On Parfit's official view, let me turn off email so that won't happen again. On Parfit's official view, psychological continuity and connectedness are just relations between mental states at one time and another time.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought that many people think, well, these mental states, a mental state at one time and another mental state at another time, need to be causally connected in order for them to constitute a genuine psychological connection.
Mm-hmm.
In his book, he said, well, any cause will do. I later had discussions with him and got him to admit that he really believes that causation doesn't matter at all. So what that means is, so on Parfit's official view in 1984, a psychological connection really consisted only in something like this: qualitative similarity between a mental state at one time and another mental state at another time. So he believed early on, and I think, again, we have to separate questions about identity and questions about egoistic concern. But let me just state this in terms of identity to begin with. What Parfit believed was that if I were to step into a scanning booth on Earth now, and that scanner were to scan my whole body and gather all the data about every molecule in my body and send that data to a replicating booth somewhere else. And that replicating booth produced a molecule for molecule replica of my body. Mm-hmm. And if the scanning machine just disintegrated my body at the same time that it took the scan, the replica that would be created somewhere else would be me. And everything that matters in my survival would be present in the relation between me right before I have the scan and my body is disintegrated, and the replica that's produced somewhere else. So that's like the Star Trek,
right?
Stuff. What people call teletransportation or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Derek Parfit called it that, teletransportation. Other philosophers, myself included, think that the process I've just described for you is one in which not only I would not survive, but also it's one in which what matters to me would not hold between myself before the scanning and the replica. So I would have no reason to be egoistically concerned about the replica wouldn't be me, and even though there would be a kind of psychological connection between me prior to the scanning and the replica, it's not of the right sort, because it doesn't have the right kind of causation. The right kind of causation is physical, functional, and organizational continuity of my brain. That, I think, is, for me, it's a condition of identity, but also a condition of rational egoistic concern.
Right.
So this difference between Parfit's original view and my view is, I think, what's really important for your project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so one thing that I thought was really nice about your explanation just now is that it really makes this beautiful distinction between the concept of personal identity and the psychological continuity, because it really exposes personal identity as being nearly something like just a label that you attach to something, where it's very important that you can say this is an identity and there can be only one, and that is by definition a part of what identity means for this thing. And at that point it almost becomes irrelevant to the discussion about personal survival, if you wanted to put it that way.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Parfit tried to distinguish early on between something like continued existence and survival. So what he said was, identity is not what matters in survival. Mm-hmm. I think that's still misleading, because survival suggests that there is identity. If something survives, one and the same thing is present at an earlier time and a later time. And the important point that Parfit made is that that's not what matters. What matters is, if you're a reductionist about identity, what are the relations that are kind of constitutive of identity in the normal case? Those are what matter, and those are matters of degree. They're not all or nothing.
Right. Yep.
So the rationality of our caring about some person in the future in this particularly egoistic or prudential or self-interested way is not all or nothing. And I think that's very important for your project.
Yeah.
But what's also important is that there is this deep division between two groups of philosophers, basically. It's a division really about what matters, not a division about identity. And people who, like Parfit, or people who agree with Parfit, think what really matters is just the nature of the relation between some earlier mental states and some later mental states. And if they are qualitatively identical, then you've got the right kind of psychological connections, and this kind of egoistic concern is rationally justified. Mm-hmm. Other people think, no, it's not just a matter of how similar the earlier mental states are to the later mental states. It really matters whether the later mental states really are the continuers of the earlier mental states. And that requires the right kind of causation, namely physical and functional continuity of the areas of the brain that are involved in the generation of consciousness.
Mm-hmm. I would like to dive into that a little bit more, because I'd like to understand the difference of opinion that you have with Derek Parfit on this matter. It feels to me like that may end up getting back into our previous topic a little bit about what is consciousness and that sort of thing, but that doesn't matter. I would just love to understand where you differ from Derek Parfit.
Okay. Well, go back to his example of teletransportation.
Yeah.
Well, I could get in the scanning booth here, and there's a replicating booth somewhere else, maybe on Mars, and the scanner reads off all the information in my body, destroys my body in the process, but a perfect molecule-for-molecule replica is created on Mars. The replica on Mars is qualitatively identical to the way I was before the scanner destroyed my body. It's an absolutely perfect replica. The replica will believe that he is me. He will say that he's me. Has all, he'll remember all the things that I could remember, and so on. It's going to be exactly like me, right. A carbon copy, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
And Parfit thought everything that matters is present in the relation between me before I get into the scanning booth and the replica on Mars. Everything is everything that matters is preserved.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter whether the replica will be me. I mean, he said one thing we could do is suppose they make two replicas, one on Mars and one on Venus.
Yeah.
They're two replicating booths. Well, now they're two people who are qualitatively identical with me. That's like, according to him, that's just like the case in which, or not quite, but it's relevantly like the case in which my hemispheres are separated and transplanted into different bodies.
Mm-hmm.
That's a case in which I cease to exist, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because everything that matters in survival, everything that is the basis of egoistic concern is preserved in my relation to both of these people.
Right. That's according to Derek Parfit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
so this is Parfit's view.
Yeah.
And my view is this is really counterintuitive to me. Here I am. I'm an embodied consciousness. What grounds my consciousness is the action of all this tissue in my brain operating in certain ways.
Mm-hmm.
A replica of that just is not me.
Right.
And I have no reason to care egoistically about a replica.
Mm-hmm.
When I get, on my view, when I get into the scanning booth and my body is completely disintegrated, that's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing,
So I'd like to dig into it a little bit more. Now, what if the replica wasn't created on Mars, but it was created in the next room, and it was using all of the same atoms and molecules that were used in the disintegration?
That's an interesting question. I always wondered, when I was a little kid and watching the old Star Trek, and the people would get in the, what was it called,
the transporter, I guess, or the
transporter room.
Teleporter.
Yeah,
teleporter room.
Yeah, beam me down, Scotty.
Yeah.
And so when Scotty beams Captain Kirk down, what happens is you see all these little oscillating points of light,
mm-hmm.
and then down on the planet below, or wherever it is that he's transported to, right before he appears, all these little oscillating, vibrating dots of light appear.
Right.
And I always wondered, are those Kirk's molecules? Are those Kirk's molecules being sent through space and then reassembled or not? And what I tend to think is, well, actually, if those really are all the molecules and they're simply disassembled and sent somewhere else and then reassembled very quickly,
mm-hmm.
that is Kirk. That's the original Kirk, and
okay.
Everything that is the basis for rational egoistic concern is preserved in that case. But if those aren't Kirk's molecules, then he's not.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there is a case where teleportation would, in a sense, satisfy your concern about survival, and there is a different scenario where it wouldn't. Now, what if, just for the sake of argument, the reconstruction contained 90% of your atoms and 10% from some other supply of atoms that we had?
That's very hard to think about. I just don't know. Now, because you're raising here a question about something that is a matter of degree.
Yes,
Suppose
exactly.
A neuroscientist were to take 10 neurons from my brain and replace them with perfect duplicates or replicas. Clearly, I would survive that. But I don't think I would survive the all-at-once replacement of my whole brain with a replica.
Mm-hmm.
So I can survive a certain amount of replacement. I can't survive a lot of replacement. And my view is that the basis for egoistic concern is preserved with a bit of replacement, but not with total replacement. The problem is,
even if that replacement were done, say, I'm really probing it because I want to try to understand whether it's more a matter of
Sure.
our intuitions potentially leading us astray versus a real issue where the intuition is correct and we have to accept that that is a real problem with the idea itself. So that's why I'm probing it that way. And so my next question obviously would be, all right, so if you're fine with, say, getting 1% of your neurons replaced and you would still survive, what if we replaced 100 of them, but not all at once, just do it, every day we replace a different percent? Are you ultimately still the same person?
Good. What I think about that is that gradual replacement of parts with functional overlap over time is compatible with both identity, that is my continued existence, and it's compatible with the preservation of the basis for egoistic concern about the future. So yes, I think all at once replacement, I don't survive, nothing that matters is preserved. Gradual replacement, provided that it is gradual enough so that there's functional overlap between the new parts and the pre-existing parts. They overlap in time and function together for a period. If that's the case, then that's compatible with both my continued existence and with the continued existence of the basis for egoistic concern. This is this kind of puzzle goes all the way back to the ancient Greeks.
Oh, of course, yes.
The paradox of Theseus.
This? No, this is extremely common. I mean, probably the most common view about this idea of mind uploading is that oh yes, we'll survive that if it's gradual, but you don't survive it if you make a copy, an instantaneous copy somewhere, or then you destroy the original, or whether you destroy the original or not often doesn't matter, because the copy may not even know if the original was destroyed or not. But then, of course, this is where you start to wonder, if gradual is okay, what does gradual really mean? What does functional overlap really mean? Because how fast can the gradual process go? Is it okay if we do this every day, there's 1% that gets replaced, or is it okay if it's every second? What if it's every millisecond? And if functional continuity matters, then what does this mean about people who are functionally discontinuous, such as someone where they are in the same brain, it is the same matter, but because they've fallen into an icy pond, all of the brain activity has ceased, so there's really no activity going on, and then an hour later they're revived on an operating table, and they're back. Is this the same person, or is this not the same person? Have they survived?
Let me say two things. First, three things. Your spectrum of possible cases in which the replacement is either very slow or very fast is a spectrum of cases in which at one end we want to say, or somebody like me with my views would say, yes, I continue to exist through this process of gradual replacement, and what matters in survival is preserved. If the replacement is much more rapid, if it takes place very, very quickly, so that there's very little functional overlap among the replacement parts and the original parts, then clearly I don't continue to exist, and what matters is not present. And somewhere in the middle of there's just indeterminacy, just as there's, on Parfit's view, an area of indeterminacy about whether I continue to exist. So I would have the same view about this spectrum of cases. In the middle, there's just there's an area of indeterminacy about whether I would survive. Another thing I wanted to say was that when I spoke with Parfit about these matters some years ago, he's dead now, but I remember having conversations with him about this disagreement that we had, and his response was that I'm just not taking reductionism about personal identity seriously enough. If we're really reductionists, then the causal basis of psychological continuity shouldn't matter. This is an area of debate that I have always thought was extremely difficult to go deeper into. You yourself a moment ago said something like, well, we've got these intuitions. Are intuitions good guides, or are they leading us astray? I haven't seen arguments that go deeper and try to show either that our intuitions about these matters are leading us astray or that they really are reliable. It's very hard to think of good arguments in this disagreement that I and some other philosophers have with Parfit and those who agreed with him. There was one other thing I was going to say, but I forgot it.
Well, we probably will bump into it again, because I realize that it's very difficult to find good arguments or good thought experiments, or someday perhaps real experiments, empirical experiments, where you can somehow solve this problem. But just to understand better what you mean by somewhere in this space of possible rates of replacement, that somewhere there you get lost. This means that you have some notion of what you think a functional overlap is between an original part of your brain and a replacement part of your brain. So if there's a neural prosthesis that's being put in and it's created using exact duplicates of the neurons that are there, they operate exactly the same way, and you put them in, you replace the old one that way. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that there isn't an issue of how you get that done. This just happens. What is the overlap that needs to occur? How do you define that overlapping that takes some time?
So much of this seems to depend on exactly how it is that consciousness works and what the capacity for consciousness in the brain consists in. Let me sketch two models here. This is something I've never written about and never even thought deeply about, but sometimes when I read in the literature about personal identity, or in some of the other literature, this question occurs to me. I actually brought to the interview here a passage in a book I've been reading by a neuroscientist, and it says, let me just read you this few sentences. Our magnificent pattern-matching brains do more and more filling in, not just because our senses require them to, but because they've had so many more experiences than young brains, he's talking about older people here, that it is simply more efficient to make inferences than to try to decode every little perceptual detail. Have you ever read a word and then found out a few moments later you read it wrong? You go back and look at the word, and you could have sworn you saw one word, and now you see another. Yeah. Your pattern-matching brain simply made an error and sent a realistic, vivid representation of the wrong word up to your conscious awareness. Now, this is a neuroscientist who's saying there's some part of the brain that is our conscious awareness. There's this little module in there. That's where consciousness occurs. And what consciousness is doing is it's getting data from other areas in the brain where data is stored, and that those data are somehow brought into the little area where the spotlight of consciousness is shown upon them, and everything is taking place in this little conscious area. And I think that's probably not the way the brain works, but if it were, then what I would say is that little consciousness area, that's you. And everything else is just supplementary to that. And that's the little conscious area. That's me, and I'm gathering data out of different parts of my brain, pulling up memories from here, beliefs from there, desires from another area, and so on. But it's all brought to this central processing area. But I think that's probably not the way consciousness works.
I can't even speak for the neuroscientist who wrote that paragraph. I wonder who it is, by the way.
Daniel Levitin.
Oh, Levitin. Well, anyway, I can't say whether or not he thinks that there is an area and that it is really upstream in that sense, or whether it's more a metaphorical upstream in the sense that there is something that we would consider higher just because it is closer to our awareness, to our momentary awareness of what's going on. But you're right, this does get down to questions about how does consciousness work, which is why I thought we were going to end up back in that territory as soon as we dive into these differences.
Consciousness is this somehow emergent from this dispersed some communication among neurons all over the place. If it's emergent from this very complicated process involving many regions of the brain all simultaneously and so on, then it's harder to assess the effect of, let's say, the replacement of a batch of neurons in one area of the brain with a prosthesis consisting of replicas of those neurons.
So, but let's pedal back just a tiny bit. Since you said that basically the sort of the functional continuity is important and the persistence of your consciousness in some sense, I'd like to understand a little bit more about that, because of course there are many times where we lose consciousness, right? And it could be that we just lose consciousness because we slip into another state of the mind, such as during sleep or under anesthesia, or it could be something more severe, like the example of the person who slipped under ice in a pond, and the hypothermia led to complete deactivation of all brain activity, but they were yet able to come back. And so the question is, if we think that we survive these changes in consciousness over time, then what does that say about the need for continuity? And if we imagine this process of replacing parts of the brain, and you were to do that at a certain rate, how does that fit into the notion of the rate has to be slow enough that somehow the consciousness that is emergent remains there or is still present in some sense? Because it isn't always present.
Well, I'm not sure I see the connection between these two issues, because what I think is that if the brain ceases to be active for a while, a person goes into a complete coma and is unconscious for a long time, or if a person slips under the ice and the brain freezes and everything is all the activity of the brain is stopped for a while, what seems to me to be true is that everything is still there. All of the individual's beliefs, desires, character traits, all the person's mental states are
because it's stored in the matter, right? It's in the tissue.
It's stored in the matter, I mean, so everything is there. It's just inactive for a while.
Right. But let's say, what if we replaced all of the pieces that were there while it's inactive and then reactivate it?
Then you would have ceased to exist, because I'm just telling you the intuition, the view.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to get at.
For it to be the original consciousness, for it to be the same consciousness, it's got to the matter that is generating the consciousness in the first instance has to be preserved and generate consciousness in the further instances.
But you do allow for replacement of that matter while you're conscious, gradually.
Well, I think it doesn't matter whether there's a bit of replacement while the brain is inactive, or whether there's a bit of replacement while the brain is active. That it is just that the replacement has to be gradual, so that we can understand that after replacement, it's the same brain and the same consciousness. That won't be true if it's 98% replacement all at once. It will be true if it's 0.5% replacement at a time and the rate of replacement is slow enough.
But does it just become a matter of personal preferences then? Because maybe someone is okay with 20% per day.
No, it's not a matter of what we like or what we don't like. I don't think. But I mean, these are our intuitions about the persistence of entities. So what I was going to say is, go back to Theseus's ship. If we have Theseus's ship, And what we do is, over the course of a day, we take every board off the ship one at a time, but very rapidly.
Yeah.
And replace it with a new board. And we take all the original boards and we burn them. At the end of that day, do we still have Theseus's ship? Most of it say, no, it's entirely new wood. It's a new thing. Admittedly, there was a bit of functional overlap because the boards were replaced one by one, but they were replaced incredibly rapidly. Now take the original example of Theseus's ship. What happens is it sails across the Aegean, goes into port, one board is replaced, sails back across the Aegean, another board is replaced. And it goes back and forth over time, and after a year or two, something like that, all the boards have been replaced. There's enough kind of functional overlap over time that we don't see the replacement of parts as a threat to the.
To me, it sounds like when we're talking about it like that, as the ship of Theseus, and the problem of saying, is this the same ship, that we're no longer concerning ourselves with psychological continuity. That now we're talking about identity as a label again, and who is going to be satisfied with one plank replacement. So it's basically, most people will say it's the same ship if 90% is still the same. Some people might say it's the same ship if 50% is the same, and there might be a few extremists who say it's the same ship if 1% of the ship is still the same planks. But that becomes an argument about when you apply the label of identity again, rather than about psychological continuity.
Well, it is actually an argument about psychological continuity, because what we're thinking is these boards, these planks on the ship, these are the analogs of mental states. Mental states registered
mental
in the tissues
states,
of the brain.
not mental pieces of tissue, but mental states.
Well, no. Well, I'm making a simplifying assumption here that there's going to be an area in my brain where a certain memory is registered in certain tissues. I don't know enough about the science to be able to say what it is, but
that's fine. Yeah.
So let's suppose that there's a particular memory that I have left by an experience I had. So there's a memory trace there. There's some kind of representation registered in the tissue of my brain of an experience that I had in the past, and that's a kind of plank of Theseus's ship. Now, if you replace that one thing with a replica, that doesn't threaten.
Because it still gives you the memories, right? Those memories are still in the replica.
No. I think what's happening there is I don't actually have a genuine psychological connection. That there's no psychological connection between my original experience and this replica memory of it. It's not really. I mean, that's not really my memory of the experience. But it's one thing, so it doesn't matter very much. It's like a replacement. But it's still the memory. It is identical to the memory that you formed, right? So it represents the same result of experiences and how you filtered things, because someone read that out of your brain and built a replica that's exactly the same. So the fact that they used your brain, your blueprint, to create that makes it exactly your memory, because it was formed by everything that informed the creation of that memory. I'm not sure I understand how. I'm not understanding how you can say that it isn't your memory, because it's foreign tissue, it's new tissue that's put in. And how does it become your memory if it wasn't your memory? This is very confusing to me. Okay, you're going back to the fundamental difference that I have with Parfit.
Yeah.
Let's see. So let's take the notion of a psychological connection.
Yeah, it's the causality issue. Yeah.
Exactly. So Parfit says, he defines a psychological connection by ostension. He says, here's some examples of psychological connections: an experience and a later memory of that experience.
Yeah.
Now, for Parfit, there is a psychological connection as long as the later mental state is a reasonably accurate representation of the original experience.
Mm-hmm.
It can be this replica.
Yeah.
Memory.
But there is a chain of causation to that replica too, right?
That's right. There would be a chain of causation, and for Parfit, that constitutes a psychological connection for his account of the basis of egoistic concern about the future. For me, that's not a psychological connection at all. Even though there's this causation, it's not the original. It's not the original tissues.
But is it really about the tissue for you? That it's not your tissue. It's the molecules were changed. That's the problem.
It's a replica, of the.
And yet you're okay with the gradual replacement, and there's some sort of process whereby it becomes a part of you if there's enough time, but we don't know exactly what that process is. There's no real definition of it having something to do with activity or non-activity, because losing your consciousness doesn't matter either. I'm just kind of confused about what the process is.
The interruptions of consciousness through coma or freezing or whatever, those don't seem to me to be problems. The question of gradual replacement of parts is one of the central questions here. You're pressing me to say, how is it that what matters is preserved when there's gradual replacement but not all at once replacement?
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, well, this is just the way we think about it's the way we think about identity. And my view
the label identity, right? So not the psychological continuity, but personal identity.
Well, it's the way we think about the identity of things generally, physical objects, minds, persons, whatever. We think that in general, entities can survive a very gradual replacement of parts, but not all at once replacement of parts. And my conception of what matters, or what the basis for rational egoistic concern is meant to, let me put it the other way around. Well, no, I can put it that way around. I seek to bring our account of identity and our understanding of the basis of egoistic concern as close together as possible. That gives me, I think, a much more plausible overall view. So, for example, on Parfit's view, the view that he argues for in his 1984 book, I didn't begin to exist until sometime after my physical organism was born. And I will cease to exist fairly soon into the process of progressive dementia. On my view, I began to exist as far back as we can trace consciousness in this body. And I will continue to exist as long as consciousness is present in this body, generated by this brain. Or I shouldn't say in this body, I should say as long as consciousness is being generated by one and the same brain. Now, what counts as one and the same brain? Well, it seems to me this brain will continue. All physical objects, including brains and bodies, we think, can survive very gradual replacement of constituent parts. That's just a fundamental intuition we have. We don't think they can survive all at once replacement of all the parts. So the disintegration of my body in the scanning machine and the creation of the replica in the replicating booth, that's not me. It's also not preserving what matters.
Yeah. So just to make sure that I understood correctly, when you said that personal identity isn't what matters to survival, were you merely quoting Parfit, or is that also your opinion?
That's my view too. I mean, I think his example of the separation and separate transplantation of the two hemispheres in the brain is a sufficient argument for the conclusion that identity is not what matters. So I agree with him. Identity is not what matters. On my view, though, identity and what matters go very closely together, and they diverge primarily only in these science fiction cases like this case of brain division. Now, the big difference between Parfit and me is that I agree that you can have rational basis for egoistic concern about the future without identity in the case of double transplantation of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that you have it in the case of teletransportation and their scanning and replication. Parfit thought those are exactly the same. I think they are fundamentally and deeply different. Why? Because the physical grounding of my consciousness and the persistence of my psychology is preserved in my relation to both of the people who will each have one of my hemispheres. It's not preserved at all in my relation to the replica.
Right. Okay.
So for me, the physical and functional continuities are essential. For Parfit, they don't matter at all.
Mm-hmm.
So here, let me just tell you this is just an anecdote. In his book, Parfit says what matters, what's the basis of rational egoistic concern, is psychological continuity and connectedness with the right kind of cause. And then he said, any cause is the right kind of cause. Doesn't matter if it's the replicating booth or whatever, any kind of cause. And I said to him at one point, this was a long time ago, but look, suppose that a nuclear bomb lands on my head here, and at precisely the same instant on the other side of the planet, a replicating booth is randomly programmed to create a human person, and that human person just happens to be a perfect molecule for molecule replica of me.
Yeah.
There's no causation at all between my body and brain and the replica. Mm-hmm. And I said, so there's no causation. But surely you think that what matters is preserved there as well. It can't depend on whether there's some kind of causation when it doesn't matter what kind of causation it is. And my recollection is he said, yeah, that's right. So it doesn't matter even whether there's causation.
That's what I would have thought the answer would be. Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's the difference in a nutshell. I think it's got to be the right kind of cause, and the right kind of cause can't be any cause. It's got to be the normal cause, and he thought it could be any cause. So what that means is for Derek, the notion of a psychological connection is just reducible to a relation of qualitative similarity between an earlier mental state and a later mental state. That is what it is for there to be a psychological connection, which is the building block.
And a normal cause is the processes that are normally transpiring in a brain for thought to propagate and that sort of thing to happen, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But then on top of that, I see the difference very clearly now, and that was perfect.
Good,
that was
good.
a very good explanation of that. But I am impressed to see. Sorry. Yeah.
Say one thing quickly.
Yeah.
Just one thing you need to know is this was a disagreement between me and Derek Parfit.
Yeah.
And Derek Parfit is a lot smarter than I am, and he's a better philosopher than I am. But, I'm just sticking to my intuitions here. But, in the past, whenever I disagreed with Parfit about something, I eventually came to be convinced that I was wrong and he was right. I still haven't been convinced here, but I don't have good arguments. And in a way, neither did he. As I said earlier, it's hard to go deeper and adjudicate between these deeply conflicting views.
Well, this is kind of what I was going to say, which is I really do see the distinction between your view and his, and that the type of causation matters. But that's why then I'm impressed to see that you don't mind if there's a little bit of artificial causation put in every once in a while until the whole thing is changed. That's all, that you're accepting some exceptions to the rule that all causation needs to be of a certain type. Gradual replacement is okay. All right. So maybe you're not entirely on the opposite side there Parfit. You're kind of gradually moving in that direction as you increase the rate of replacement.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there, by the way, before we finish this conversation, is there anything that I haven't asked that you feel that the listeners should really know?
Not really. Sorry, because I'm just not sure what your listeners are interested in, and so on. I'm counting on you to articulate their concerns.
That's fine.
And put them to me. I see my role in this as just helping to explain some of the ideas that have been present in the writing and the philosophical literature about personal identity, which again is just the literature about what it is for us to continue to exist, what the conditions of our ceasing to exist are, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But I think one of the, again, as I've said before, I think one of the most important contributions that Parfit made to philosophical thinking generally is to give these arguments for the idea that it's not personal identity that really matters, and that it's relations which are a matter of degree. And that's going to be important to what you're working on. And so I might, even on a view like mine, if there's going to be a certain amount of replacement of let's say the material in my brain with some kind of prosthetic material, it's a replica. I might think if it's a tiny little replacement, that doesn't matter very much. If it's a more significant replacement, it may be rational for me now to care less about the person who's going to wake up with the new neural prosthetic area. I might think, even though it will seem to that person waking up after the surgery or whatever that nothing has happened, or that some old memories have been restored or whatever it is. On my view, no, I may have reason to care less about what happens to that person because this isn't genuine psychological connection. It's something else.
Yeah.
It's replication.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic.
On the other hand, if it were true, as this passage I read you from this little book suggests, that somehow there was a little homunculus in my brain that was the conscious bit, and the conscious bit was just getting access to information from this prosthetic implant, then I would say it's fine that the data comes from an implant rather than from the original tissue. The original tissue in that case isn't essential to the generation of consciousness. The generation of consciousness is in some central location in the brain, and that's really neat. But as I said, I don't think consciousness works that way. So
it sounds too much like the brain being a radio in touch with your soul, and then you can switch radios, and the soul is still there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the soul sitting somewhere in the brain and gathering information. Yeah, and so it seems pretty implausible.
Okay, fantastic. This was an extremely useful and enlightening discussion. I think we finally have some clarity on how to treat identity as a binary thing, as a label, as the concept of something having an identity, and also your differences of opinion with Derek Parfit. I think this brought us quite far. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And it's not just a disagreement between me and Parfit.
Of course.
People
Yeah.
agree with Parfit,
Many
other
others.
people.
Yeah.
And there's a spectrum, a range of views across the literature, but I'm just giving you these sort of representative sample views. So I hope that helps your listeners understand better exactly what's at issue here in some of the really fundamental philosophical problems that one has to address to be able to evaluate the kinds of possibilities, the technological possibilities that you're considering and hoping to bring about.
I'm sure it will. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Dr. McMahan for that great interview. And we will now begin our next interview with Dr. Keith Wiley.
About consciousness, the survival of personal identity during a putative mind uploading procedure, the wetness of simulated water, and related issues. Dr. Wiley has been deeply embedded in the community interested in research and development of whole brain emulation. He was one of the earliest members of the Mind Uploading Research Group, and he is presently the Director of Communication for the Carboncopies Foundation, as well as a scientific advisor to the Brain Preservation Foundation. Among many other expertise and interests, Dr. Wiley is also an experimental explorer of neuromorphic hardware and its applications. Typically, when we have workshops, we try to discuss technical things. So we try to talk about data acquisition or brain preservation or reconstruction, modeling, that sort of thing. But at the same time, we always get questions that are of a different nature. So for example, some of the main questions that we get are, can you create consciousness in an artificial brain? Or if your brain is reconstructed, do you survive such an upload in the sense that your personal identity carries on? And because these are such common questions, they do belong somewhere in a roadmap to whole brain emulation. They deserve some kind of explicit treatment, and that's what we're going to do for this update of the roadmap. We talked about consciousness in a previous workshop, and now we're going to talk about personal identity. Now, when we talk about these topics, we try to keep them as independent as possible, just to have less complexity in the sense that there are other things to argue about. So, for example, when we talked about consciousness, we simply assumed that the whole data acquisition problem and modeling and all of that was solved, and you could do whatever you wanted to create consciousness in a machine. And in this case, when we talk about personal identity, we're going to assume that questions like that, as well as questions of consciousness in an artificial brain, that those are resolved in some sense, and we're really just talking about the personal identity problem here. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't reach back. You know, this happened with our the conversation I just recently had with Professor Jeff McMahan as well, because once you really dig into a specific view of personal identity or surviving mind uploading, then sometimes you have to reach back to whatever your understanding is of the problem of consciousness or sustaining consciousness. So that does, of course, happen. In any case, throughout this conversation, I may try to paraphrase some things that Jeff McMahan said, and I hope I do him justice, because you haven't had a chance to see the interview yet that we did, and it was a really great interview. I really enjoyed talking to him. So I'm going to try to paraphrase him from time to time, and I hope I get it right. But what I wanted to start with, before we talk about the problem of surviving mind uploading, is just to maybe say a few things about personal identity, or how we're supposed to think about that. And this is because very often when we talk about something like consciousness or personal identity, many of the arguments begin when people are coming at it from different directions and have a different definition of what these words mean or what they're really talking about. So, how do you think we should think about personal identity? What should we think of there? So, for instance, one of the things that I was toying with was the notion that personal identity might not be identity in the sense of identical, so it might not be a binary yes-no. It could be a graded thing. Jeff had some choice words about that. What do you think?
Well, yeah. In mathematics, I suppose identity actually has a specific meaning, and then we sort of generalize it in other conversations. And you can't make a meaningful use of identity being a perfect quality in a mathematical sense, because then you couldn't identify yourself with yourself from a moment ago, based on the fact that there are selves.
Right.
So this is widely recognized in philosophy of mind, and the common solution is to very rapidly dispense with this need for a perfect quality, and instead speak in terms of things that make a lot of sense. Our identity is this sort of persistence across time, even if it's slowly evolving, and that's perfectly fine, as long as we admit that right out of the gate we've taken this notion that identity is some sort of perfect equality, and that's not what we're talking about. You've just given up on that use of the term, right? Everyone's just on board with that, but you gotta get that laid out early, because someone will come in and talk about this sort of identicality notion. You just have to get everyone to agree that clearly that's not what we're talking about. So for me, what we call personal identity, this notion of our psychological notion of who we are, I definitely put that into sort of two things. One is our memories. Not everyone really sort of relies on memories. That's what's called the psychological theory of identity. People are drawn to other things that might identify themselves. The big one is body identity. You are identified by the physical thing that you are. All of these quickly run into conundrums. The body identity faces the sort of steady breakdown of parts. You can have amputations, or just the fact that your body is trading out material parts in a ship of Theseus sort of way all the time. So then you have to adapt your body identity to some kind of like momentary state in this ongoing sort of stream of change. Memories are, of course, also problematic because they're still changing. So you can't say that your identity is, this set of memories, because those memories are, again, as I just said a second ago, they're different 2 seconds later. So, and then the other thing I was saying, there were two sort of components of identity for me personally, and definitely I think memories are, an integral component of it. Your identity is definitely who you believe yourself to be based on a lifetime of experience leading up to the current moment, which has profound implications for what amnesia means in terms of identity. And I basically embrace the complexities that introduces. A really deep-seated amnesia imply that you are not actually the same person in some sense, and I'm willing to at least explore that. The other thing that is clearly sort of a crucial component of our identity is what we call our momentary, that's the exact word, momentary consciousness. Specious present. This is just our sense of what we feel like we are right now at this exact moment, which of course is completely intertwined in our memories. What you feel like right now is the culmination of your memories sort of impinging on your current conscious experience. So it all gets knotted together. But it's what we call the stream of consciousness, or the conscious experience in the specious present, this feeling that we are this sort of entity right here, right now, is an important part of our identity. And it gets completely knotted up in the arguments about the implications of identity under sort of hypothetical mind uploading scenarios. The big one everyone gets all knotted up about.
Yeah.
The big one everyone likes to argue about is this non-destructive scenario.
Right. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. So,
isn't it funny though that what you mentioned before about body identity or identity in terms of memories, other characteristics, psychological continuity in some sense, that is those all seem somewhat separate from this sense of being here, this momentary consciousness. They don't really directly connect to that. And if you were to talk about, say, the identity of a table, even if that table gets scratches over the years and stuff like that, you could talk about the same sort of body identity of the table or something like that. And there would be no... Yeah, and there would be no component that has anything to do with a sense of being here in the moment.
No, it's definitely this. Can we just identify physical objects by sort of the limitations of their spatial existence?
Yeah, and at the same time, when you talk about this momentary sense of being here, that's the thing that is considered to be so important, and at the same time, that turns on and off. You don't have that when you're unconscious or when you're in certain states of sleep and all of that. And then it comes back again. Yeah, and somehow this combination of those two things is really what people think of as, your personal identity or self. Yeah. But yeah, so you're touching upon some of the issues right there, because the next point, of course, is, what would you... how would you define, or how would you think about persistence of personal identity or survival of personal identity? When does someone survive? When does someone not survive? When does someone cease to exist or start to exist?
Yeah, and I definitely take this to an extreme because, I'll take the situation where, imagine a situation where someone dies, but the information in their brain has not been lost. The brain hasn't been physically damaged yet. You now have sort of two possible outcomes, and I mean sort of over the remaining lifetime of the universe. So that brain, which is now sort of in this not information destroyed state, but the person is dead. They're not dynamically living. If for the next 5 trillion years you never reawaken that brain, then you could rightly say that person's identity has been erased. But at the same time, you could say that if they are put into stasis for 1 trillion years and are then awakened, somehow their identity actually survived. I mean, that the analogy is basically they went to sleep and they woke up. What does it really mean, to get sort of concerned about the death of our identity if you might be able to be revived, literally in 1 trillion years, and you would actually say that is a preservation.
Yeah.
So this is where people get into this notion of information theoretic death. You're never really truly dead, no matter what's going on, until the information that encodes who and what you are in your brain is destroyed. And it really doesn't make any difference whether the brain is actually in a dynamic, experiential living state at any given moment in time, or even for any given millennia of span. It really isn't important to the death of our identity. Our identity doesn't die until the information that could be used to revive it is actually permanently erased.
There's a little corollary to that, and this is where I'm going to try to paraphrase a part of the conversation with Jeff McMahan, because he was talking to me about, he agrees in large parts with Derek Parfit, and then he has a slight disagreement when it comes to, surviving in terms of the copy problem. And we can get into more detail about that in a moment. But what he was talking to Derek Parfit about at one point was that Derek Parfit was saying he doesn't care about the kind of causation as long as there is some sort of causation for how you get from one mental state to another, then you've survived. Even if that causation is someone went and took the blueprint of your brain, copied it, recreated it somewhere else, you survive. No difference. And this is where Jeff McMahan didn't agree with him, but then he had a conversation with Derek and said, well, what if there was a nuclear bomb that exploded over my head, and at the same moment, on the other side of the earth, a reconstructor that can build brains creates a brain at random, and by chance it happens to be my brain. So there's no real causality between that. Would that still be me? And at that point, Derek Parfit admitted that, he doesn't really care about causality either, even in that case. he would consider that survival. And so that's interesting, because then you could say that even if the information in your brain was completely lost in the sense that there was no record anymore, as long as you did reappear somehow in 1 trillion years, even if it's by chance.
So I was saying that the scenario you described is essentially identical to the Swampman
Yeah.
thought experiment. I don't remember.
Right, so I don't know if I lost you at the part where I mentioned that Derek Parfit believes that is a perfectly good way of surviving. But this of course means that even in the case where you never preserved a brain, if somehow you reappear in the future, then you never died, right?
Boltzmann brain.
Yeah.
If you essentially, if some system comes into existence which represents a continuation, you get lost in the weeds. You can't come to really solid conclusions. I think the best response is put it all on memories and throw everything else out, and just say, if there's a system, a physical system, a brain, a computer, that has the internal mental experience of being the continuation of your memories, then that is a continuation of your identity. And I would say that's a continuation of your conscious, like that's not somebody else, because they have exactly the same experience that you would have had under a more sort of physically causal scenario. As far as I'm concerned, it's very hard to really prove that other conscious stream causality that we're looking for is real, and I'm inclined to just dismiss it.
Yeah. I understand, of course, this is both your position and it's basically Derek Parfit's position as well. I think there are a few typical arguments that we should at least go over just so that we've covered the bases. So arguments sometimes, and in this case I'm just going to start with the one that Jeff McMahan had, paraphrasing again. His argument is that he feels like it does matter what the type of causation is. He feels there needs to be some kind of overlap, so he's in the camp where a gradual upload is fine, a copy is not fine, and he says that probably there's some sort of rate of replacement cutoff. And for him it feels like at some rate of replacement, that's where you lose yourself. And I wasn't able to pin him down on exactly what that would be, but he feels that somewhere you lose having enough natural causation of going from one state of the mind to the next state of the mind. So for him, for some reason, the type of causation matters.
I mean, you and I published. Did you have him read the paper?
I didn't have him read the paper because I didn't know that this was where he was going to go in the conversation. If I'd known that, I would have asked him to check out that argument first.
I mean,
yeah.
Basically, it seems like he was insightful enough to see where we were going to go with that. And he basically admitted that he was he was getting himself into a position of having to admit that there is some sort of threshold or at least spectrum of transition rates or transition total time periods over which there's some fundamental difference in metaphysical interpretation of identity. And he's anticipating that and putting his flag on it, and that's fine. But that was you and I's. That was our point in our paper, was that we weren't necessarily saying you couldn't take that position, but in order to take that position, you have to do exactly what he said. You have to say, okay, we're gonna own this claim that somehow, in a way that hasn't at all been clarified yet by neurology or psychology, we're just going to assume that there is to be found in the future some meaningful distinction between fast and slow uploading procedures. And I guess my only response is that until that mechanism is discovered, I'm not putting a lot of stock in it.
Yeah, it's really hard to imagine what that would be, because we're not talking about a technical threshold. We're talking about something metaphysical.
The whole point of the thought experiment, and he seems to be on board with the abstraction of it, is to accept the plausibility sort of the technical plausibility that you could do this,
Mm-hmm.
and that you are then going to pin different metaphysical labels on the outcome. I suppose, another problem I have with that is, let's assume that it's right in principle that there is some metaphysical difference, but it can never be physically discovered. It's somehow outside of the reach of physical science. So, then people might argue, okay, so if you upload too fast, it really does produce a copy.
Mm-hmm.
But we're all admitting that we could never know, and we'll never discover this.
Well, except of course yourself would discover it because you would cease to exist.
Well, how would you know that you cease to? No, but
I know
the
that you
copy,
can't test that, but
the
it's.
whole point is that the copy doesn't know that they're a copy. Right?
Oh no, the copy doesn't know. Of course not.
Right.
But this is where, of course, it becomes like twisting yourself into a pretzel, because you're trying to argue that even though the copy can't tell and no one else can tell, somehow your original self can tell, in the sense that they did not continue. They can't really tell, but it doesn't work that way, because you can't.
We could, if we're going to say that it's valid for you. I was saying that if we're going to allow the quote original to lament his loss of existence, then why aren't we putting equal stock in the conscious experience of the upload? Why are we so willing to say, oh, this poor person feels that they've died or are about to die or dying under this experience, but this other person is espousing their own conscious experience of what they feel is going on, but we just throw that out. We just say, oh, well, you think you know what's going on about your own self and your own identity, but you're wrong. But this other person thinks they know what's going on about their identity, and they're right. Well, in my opinion, that's just a prejudice. We can say nobody knows anything about their own identity, and we're not going to take anybody's claims at face value. That's fine. Or we can say we're going to take everybody at face value, and that's okay. The branching identity is a perfectly good solution, which we can go into to explain how that works. What I'm opposed to is saying we're going to take the bio-original's claims to be the ground truth, and if the upload's claims and perspective are in disagreement, then we just throw those out. They don't count. I reject that. I don't think that there's any basis for what I see as basically a prejudice. It's a bias in favor of one over the other that is leading the question. It's one thing to say we're going to put this bias on it because we've already determined that identity has been lost, so therefore we will enact the bias in that case.
Yeah.
But it's another thing to say we're still trying to answer the question of when identity is lost, and we will answer it by coming up with a bias and then imposing the bias and saying that answers the question. That's circular reasoning. So I'm not on board with that.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeff also admitted that his position is rooted in intuition. So it's this sense, this feeling of I'm here right now, and
it's a very popular.
Yeah.
Most people have a very strong sense against my interpretation of the copy problem. I don't deny that my point of view on this issue is not only uncommon or unpopular, but it's definitely not usually the first one. Usually the position you sort of leap to when you quickly think about this is, oh yeah, I would die in certain uploading procedures. It just makes sense. And it's only if you really sort of think through whether or not there's some strange paradoxes at play that, in my opinion, these initial intuitions just seem to fall over. And that's okay. We have to admit that sometimes our initial gut instinct about the nature of reality isn't right. If you walk out the door and take a quick look around, the Earth looks kind of flat, and you just got to study the world and figure out that that's just not right. It sure looks like the sun's going around the Earth. That's just, the intuition just seems to make sense. Sometimes intuition is just not the correct answer. And I don't know if our immediate instinct on the nature of our personal identity, especially in these sort of, very esoteric thought experiments about, vision of people, where we're really trying to tease out some very thorny metaphysics. Why should we assume that our gut instinct has informed us of the truth? Maybe that's just not the right answer.
Indeed, maybe it isn't. And that ties into two questions I wanted to ask, which I think are probably the most important right now, because we all know that we constantly get to this point where all of the reasoning that we can carry out brings us to basically Derek Parfit's position, which is also your position. And then there's the gut instinct, which keeps telling us something else, and even for some of us who have cognitively accepted Derek Parfit's position, will make us feel like, well, it does still feel like something happens if there's a copy, and then, that's somewhere else, and I'm here, whatever. So the two questions, I guess, and we can treat them in any order, are, first of all, are there any ways in which Parfit could be wrong, and it turns out that you don't survive mind uploading by copying? And the other question is, what is the path to enlightenment, to finding peace with Parfit's position?
You've been saying that Parfit agrees with me throughout this conversation. I didn't think...
Is that wrong? So am I wrong to say that Parfit agrees with you?
Well, I mean, he gets into this thing that he calls relation R, and he takes that as basically he came to the conclusion that neither body identity nor psychological identity, which is just a fancy way of saying memories, because there are arguments against both, he sort of throws those both out and goes with this relation R thing. And I have a hard time understanding exactly how he defines relation R, but it's this, I think it's a sort of temporally backward relation to your previous self or something. That's okay. My answer to that question was I wasn't coming together really well on that. Maybe you can help me. I think you'd be looking for some sort of metaphysical force that proves that all of that counter theory works. Do you understand what I'm saying?
A metaphysical force.
Well, I mean, that's the theory, right? The whole point is, I mean, I'm not on board with this, so I have to speak in very sort of devil's advocate terms. But the idea, the counterclaim against preservation of identity, in these various scenarios, is that if you break your stream of consciousness somehow, which I wrote a detailed paper about last fall, dismantling quite thoroughly, in my opinion, but nevertheless, if you break your stream of consciousness and then reawaken it in a different way or in some non-causal way, as we discussed earlier in this discussion, that some sort of metaphysical phenomenon just kind of broke.
Right.
And we can't tap it. So there's some metaphysical chain of identity, and it's not in neurons. It's something else.
It feels.
If you upload by destroying your brain and recreating in the same material composition, but without any causal connection.
Yeah. So just judging by the sort of intuitive situations that people seem to be fine with, they're fine with. Your brain is dormant somewhere for 100 years. It's being preserved, and then you're being reawakened in that brain. Then you're okay, no problem. And they're fine with you have gradual replace. It seems like people either are okay with just the material persisting and then having their stream of consciousness return, or having their stream of consciousness persist so that in a gradual replacement scenario, it's like the new brain parts the old brain parts can infect the new brain parts with their self.
Right.
That's why, it sounds to me like that gut instinct, this sort of intuition about what works, it acts as if personal identity and self is some sort of virus that needs to, spread and infect somehow. And so if it's still stuck in the material, that's great. Or if it has a chance to spread to the new stuff, that's great too.
Yeah, it really is essentially a discussion about spatiotemporal causality, where one of them is enough, but neither of them isn't. So if you have a temporal continuity, you survive. If you have a spatial continuity, you survive. But if you have neither, so this continuity or this causality that they with a big T are concerned about, it can jump back and forth between a spatial or temporal connection. But if you lose it in both cases, then you die. And again, I'm not trying to sound sarcastic, because the point of the question was to give a generous interpretation to this, especially because so many people are very concerned about it. I'm just waiting for somebody to produce any reasonable interpretation of this that actually makes any sense, because it just doesn't to me.
Yeah, that's exactly where I am at with that as well. So I don't know how a person could describe this in a way where you could really see that there's a problem with surviving mind uploading. But then on the flip side, um, what would you say might be a path to the sort of finding peace with the position that surviving mind uploading is possible in a copying scenario? What is a path for letting go of this gut feeling that seems to require that either you persist through time or you persist through space?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying very hard to sort of bring the world to that peace through all my writing, but I suppose it's possible that these kinds of things are not, best achieved by rational argument. Nevertheless, that's how I think. So I tend to write articles that are, in my attempts, sort of almost theorem-like they just kind of like walk through the reasoning step by step and try to demonstrate that, this point of view, this take on the situation makes sense, and that take on the situation runs into paradoxes and conflicting sort of notions. But I don't know if that will actually change a mind about this, because it's a feeling to begin with. I don't know if you can rationally argue someone out of it. Well, I don't know if I have an answer to the question. I'm not sure how people eventually change their mind about this. I don't know if they do. I don't think I ever desperately changed my mind about this. I sort of had this point of view for a long time. And it might be one of those things where you just have to be lucky enough to have gotten it early, and if you don't, nobody can change your mind. I don't know. I mean, this is what we want to do. We want to help people sort of be comfortable with this, just so that they can be relatively comfortable with notions of mind uploading that might actually become technically feasible, since the versions that would sort of follow these causal requirements, such as sort of nanobot replacement, are essentially technically infeasible. So it's obvious why we want to bring people around to view, because it's actually very likely to be the only way that anyone can actually do this.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed, yeah. And as you mentioned, reasoning someone through it may not work, but it is definitely...
Actually are converts, and we could ask them how they sort of changed their mind about it.
Yeah.
I want to find an example of something like that.
That would be interesting. That would be really interesting. Yeah. And it could be that even the converts typically just convert rationally, but then not in terms of their gut feeling until later, when they just become accustomed to thinking a certain way, because they repeat it over and over again. So it's sort of a, how do you indoctrinate yourself? But yeah. But I mean, we've tried many approaches of just finding out where do these feelings really come from by just walking through a bunch of scenarios. And so most recently we've tried putting together a survey where you kind of walk your way step by step through different possible scenarios, and then you kind of try to find out where is it where you sort of depart and think that no, this is not going to work. This isn't, survival doesn't happen here anymore. And it's for instance, we talk about whether brain activity ceasing matters. There's the case of someone going through that hypothermic surgery, and then if that's okay, all right, to the next step. What if we reconstruct a person from their own atoms, if they're okay with that, and if that's done almost instantaneously in a nanosecond? Okay, sure, on to the next step. What if there's a little bit of more time, not a nanosecond, but a second between?
But it doesn't work, because as you pointed out earlier in the discussion, a very simple counter-argument to jump to is to really buy into the notion that there's some sort of threshold where it's working at a certain rate, and then for metaphysical reasons that science has not discovered yet, the whole process just kind of stops working. And instead of rationalizing that doesn't make sense and continuing in the sort of evolution of this state of mind, instead you draw a hard line there and say, see, this is why I can't change my mind about this, because I believe that there is some threshold of replacement rate past which it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And I can't prove it, but that's just like, my brain's stuck there and I can't get past that notion. So that's why you can't just argue someone into changing their mind about it, because there are these sort of unprovable counterclaims that if they decide to take them seriously enough, then that's just a stopping point in the process.
Okay. Well, instead of going on about that, since I think we've reached kind of an end point there, there's one final thing that I would like to ask about. Because, of course, we can't currently conceive of a process of carrying out mind uploading through some kind of whole brain emulation that would leave the original intact in the process. So we typically don't talk about such a situation, but in the copy problem, often people do. They talk about, well, if a version of me is constructed somewhere and the original me still exists, if I've survived that procedure and the original brain is still there, how can that over there be me if I'm still here and when I die, I still die, right? That's one thing that comes up, and we have to admit that even if we're not talking about this situation for the initial mind upload, because there's no procedure that we can think of where that happens, later on, if you have an uploaded brain and you make a copy, which is very easy then of course you do end up with that situation where you have, two exact duplicates, but they go on and they live their own lives. So how should you think or feel about survival in that situation? Where would you put the survival of, I guess, I don't know if you would talk about sort of identity or survival of psychological continuity or,
Yeah, as you point out, we don't actually really have to worry about the scenario where the bio-original survives and is uploaded, because that is just so implausible that we may as well just leave that in science fiction for now. But there is a route by which the scan and destroy through the scanning process and then build an emulation later can still produce two uploads just as easily as it produced one. And what is the implication there? You can take that in a lot of directions. I think another reason that people counter-argue against all of this is that the very possibility that you could produce uploads from scan is their proof in and of itself that no identity could have ever survived any scan, even if you only made one. Just the notion that you could have done two means that even if you only did one, now that's the proof it didn't work. Right.
In the logical sense, that can't be preservation of identity.
Right. Another take is that I've seen philosophers write this, that if you only make one upload, then you're good to go. Your identity survived. But if you make two, then you failed in both cases somehow by making two. Even the one that would have been made no longer counts.
So, to paraphrase Jeff at this point, this was actually the point where he said that example, which comes from Parfit, that example is the one that convinced him, or he finds convincing, to point out that survival, or the sense of survival, has very little to do with persistence of identity, because you can't logically say that if you then have two, that identity continued. That identity must have ceased, and now there are two new identities. But survival is more about psychological continuity, or psychological sort of persistence in some sense. And then of course later on he goes back and
response to that. I mean, you can take that approach, but the obvious implication is not so much that survival didn't matter. It's that, well, if you're going to say that, where I'm trying to go with this is what you basically concluded is that your identity, it's just taking uploading off the table, just your identity moment to moment to moment doesn't matter anymore. Like it's just that never was important, which is why if you if you do this sort of double upload and conclude that the identicalness of the two is not important, well, then the identicalness of yourself to 5 minutes ago was also not important. You're just taking the whole notion off the table. It's not even about uploading anymore. It's just the same identity of yourself across time is not important. But we're perfectly happy to live our lives the way we currently live them. So obviously something about that is working for us. So if it works for us now, why not just say, well, it works in a double uploading scenario also? I mean, again, it all just comes back around to, if you're okay with it now, then you would be okay with it then. And if you're not okay with it then there's something seriously wrong with the fact that you're okay with it now. Does that make any sense?
It does, and indeed, so the double uploading scenario and the fact that that shouldn't lead to a different conclusion than the single upload scenario, that is really an argument against attaching too much value to this notion of personal identity, where personal identity is basically this label that can only exist for one.
Right.
But, you know, when I talked to Jeff about that, because he did have an issue with copying versus gradual, that's where then he attached the importance not so much to that, but he attached it onto this sort of the type of causality that was there. You know, it had to be a natural causality leading from one mental state to the next, even if the next mental state exists in two duplicates or something like that. It had to be natural, not the copy version. And so I don't even know what to make of that, but that's where it felt like there was some twisting going on, some going back to, okay, we've accepted that psychological continuity is important, not personal identity, but I still somehow am making an argument that personal identity is what really matters. It needs to infect that new piece of the brain. It sort of goes around in circles then.
Yeah. So the way I did this way back in my book, and then have sort of continued to carry this argument forward, is my definition of sort of what your identity persists as is who you came from, but not sort of who you are elsewhere around in the world right now, and also not who you become in the future, only who you came from. So for me, identity only works backwards in time.
Yeah.
There's no notion of saying that you're the same person that you will be tomorrow, because that person doesn't exist. And you could very well branch by tomorrow, and therefore you can't say which one of them you will be. So it doesn't make sense that way. But you can ask if you're the same person you were yesterday, because there's only one person you came from. And it is weird, because I'm saying it's sort of a one-directional thing. You can only ask an identity question backwards in time. And I'm basically forbidding asking an identity question forward in time. Or also laterally, so you can't ask, if you're the same identity as the other upload on the other side of the room. So by simply forbidding the question, then I'm not forbidding it out of a sort of a refusal to acknowledge. You identify.
Yeah, for the sake of trying to keep the terminology we use as clear as possible and not confusing issues further, would it be wrong if I suggested that for that kind of claim that we talk about personal continuity or psychological continuity or something like that rather than personal identity, because there was already a way of describing personal identity which logically would have to cease if you make a duplicate, but this version that you're talking about where you can only interrogate backwards, that one would permit duplicates, because of course each copy would look back and say, I am that person from yesterday.
Yeah. The reason that it bumps up against, the reason that there's a problem there is that, again, we start sticking the mathematical version of the word on it.
Yeah.
So if I identify myself with a version of myself from yesterday, and the guy over there identifies himself with a version from the same mental ancestor, then the implication is that he and I must also be identical, because identity just sort of has to sort of affect everything within its sphere. And that's where it all breaks down. And that's why I'm just saying the kind of identity we're talking about here just isn't a mathematical identity. It's some other use of the word. And the use of that word is, and I sound like a broken record because I say this a lot, my use of the word is our memories. Your identity is basically who you remember yourself to be by reflecting on your memories. And the other guy over there on the other side of the room has his own experience of who he remembers himself to be. And the fact that you may share memories up to a branching point, and then you have a different set of memories, like, so what? It doesn't even do with the fact that you identify with the person from yesterday, and he identifies with the person from yesterday, and you're both right, but you still aren't the same person as each other. because it's not a mathematical identity. It's a personal identity. It's a metaphysical identity. It's not a mathematical identity. We're reusing the word, and by reusing the word, we're just getting ourselves in trouble.
Yeah. So that's why I'm I would prefer not to even use the word identity in there at all. I would prefer to just use something like continuation or something, or whatever, something that doesn't imply a mathematical identity. Now, in a scenario, in a branching scenario, where you, let's say you have the original surviving the copying, and that's how you have this branch happening. And then the original brain lives on for another day. Let's just a hypothetical scenario. Now the copy looks back and has the same recollections, and therefore is a survival of the original in that sense, a continuation. But that original brain did have another hour or another day of experience, and so there's some sort of, and then they cease to exist, right? How should one look at that in terms of survival of the original?
Right. So, popular argument is that only the original really counted as the bona fide original person, and the copy is just some sort of secondary status copy. But since I only put primacy on memories, I don't really care about atoms. I don't even care about spatial co-local continuity. The fact that the original is sort of in the same place in space. I don't really care about any of that. Other people do, and they'll just say, well, you should care about that, but I don't see why. What is it about any physical notion of my body, or even any spatio-physical notion of where I am? What does any of that have to do with how I psychologically feel about who I am? So for me, it's just the memory, which means that, if you look at this scenario laid across the timeline, there is a branch point. And it is a branch. I mean, it's not that you have a new one and you have an old one. You have a psychological branch into two. And what I'm about to say sounds incredulous, but neither of them is more bona fide or original than the other. They're both just psychological continuations of the original sort of single mental ancestor. And that, I just draw a hard stop there. I'm not on board with giving the greater primacy of identity to one of them. So the irony is that scenario, to me, is essentially identical to any other branching scenario, such as the original dies and you produce two uploads. Makes no difference to me. They're basically the same to me.
All right. I think this is probably a good stopping point, because you've made
Many thanks to Dr. Keith Wiley for that great interview. With this conclusion of our interviews, we will now begin our live panel discussion session. We will begin with questions that we have prepared for the panel. Then we will open up the discussion to our worldwide audience. As a reminder, our workshop is participatory and is open to all of our international attendees and viewers. You can write questions directly into the chat that is enabled for our YouTube live stream chat. One of our excellent staff members is moderating the chat and will alert me to interesting and topical questions, which I will read to the panel. More complicated or multi-part questions where it is important to establish that the question is properly understood and answered are best asked by directly engaging with the panelists. We make this possible through our call-in number. The number and PIN are shown at the bottom of the screen right now. They're also written in the live stream description and on the livestream.carboncopies.org webpage. They are 786-540-5631 with PIN number 180-618-986. If you are calling from outside of the U.S., you may also use the web call-in option at call.carboncopies.org to avoid telephone charges. The process is similar to calling into a radio show. Your call will be monitored and a respectful exchange is expected. When your question would benefit from direct interaction, I will invite you to call in if you can. If you want to add a note to your question saying that you can call in or that you cannot, that will be very helpful for our moderator. And so with that, we will go into our discussion session. But before we begin with the prepared questions, we would like to share some additional material that we have to share for the discussion. A few weeks ago, we shared a survey with our internal Carboncopies members as well as to our subscribers that served as a sort of a self-assessment survey asking questions about hypothetical scenarios of varying degrees of mind uploading or neural replacement. And in these questions started off with a very minimal amount of replacement, and then ending with more on the extreme end. And in each question, it asked whether you had considered that your identity had survived. And with our responses, there were two noteworthy trends that would probably be significant. The first one is that overall, as the questions became more and more extreme in the replacement aspect, there was a trend in which it ended up being about 50-50 at the very extreme end of the question, in which 50% agreed that the identity survived and 50% agreed that it did not. And it branched off where we got to a certain question that had to do with like the teleportation scenario that was given in Jeff McMahon's interview. The other interesting trend was because we asked some questions about demographics, and with the question about your education and what kind of degree that you had, the participants that had degrees in neuroscience or computer science tended to say that the identity survived near the very end of the question. So they still say that their identity survived in the very extreme case, but those without those degrees tended to start saying that no, their identity did not survive as these scenarios became more and more extreme as far as replacement is concerned. And so for the panel and for the live stream, we would like to share that survey, share the survey questions to provide that additional information. Dr. Kuna, would you like to proceed with that?
Yeah, so the way we discussed doing this is, since it's easier for me to just run this presentation through, I'm going to read out the questions so that everybody can hear it even if you can't see it properly. And then, Michael, did you want to say something to each one of these? Because this is the survey that you've processed, right? So every time when you want to say something about the results whenever I finish talking about the question?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then the first baselining question, this was question number 7. We're going to skip a bunch of demographic questions here. Was, do you believe that a perfect copy of your mind, which is a piece of software instead of biological, whole brain emulation, is the same person as you? For the purpose of this question, the copy mind would act, perceive existence, and develop exactly like you in all situations because we assume it is perfect.
And all of the responses for this was that, yes, it did survive the mind upload. Or it did survive the scenario, I mean.
Right, so everybody was happy with that. Then question number 8. You require a major surgery to save your life, and the surgeons choose to use deep hypothermic circulatory arrest to treat you. This is a surgical technique that involves cooling the body to low temperatures and stopping blood circulation and brain function for up to 1 hour. During that hour, there is no brain activity. After the procedure, they take you to a hospital room 50 meters away. They bring you back to normal body temperature and you are revived. So in other words, some time has gone by and you're in a different place.
And yes, everyone was happy with this scenario too, that they did survive.
Right, it's another one of those scenarios that are common enough that everybody feels pretty comfortable.
Yes.
Then question number 9. Imagine that scientists have invented an atomic deconstructor constructor. All of your atoms are carefully given an ID code. taken apart, and then each atom is put back in its original location. So when you're reconstructed, they're using the ID codes to make sure every atom goes where it's supposed to go. You volunteer to have the device tested on you, after many successful animal trials, of course, and you ask to have the interval be just 1 nanosecond. A scientist presses a button, and you're completely deconstructed and then reconstructed, all within a single nanosecond.
This also, the 100% of the responders said that that it is the same person.
Very interesting, right? Nobody cared that they were completely deconstructed in the process. Okay, so we get to the second section, time delay and location shifts. Now the question number 10 is, you now undergo a series of experiments with the deconstructor-constructor, where the time interval before reconstruction is gradually increased from 1 millisecond to 1 second, etc., up to 1 year. When you're reconstructed, you are reconstructed perfectly with the same exact atoms.
Again, this is everyone said that the person who exits after the construction is the same person as them.
Right, so basically, everyone's fine with brain preservation. Everyone is fine with taking that preserved brain apart completely and putting it back together again, and then getting revived. Okay, now question 11. Next, a new series of experiments with a deconstructor-constructor, where you are reconstructed perfectly with the exact same atoms, but in a different location. In other words, this is teleportation. The distance traveled begins at 1 micrometer, then 1 centimeter, up to a different continent, and then safely somewhere in outer space.
Now this is where it gets a little interesting, because an eighth of the responders said that the person who exits their reconstruction is the same person as you, but it is still limited at some point.
So the distance matters in some strange way.
Yes.
Very interesting. Not sure where that comes from. Okay, so then we've got the section atom replacement and copying. Question number 12. Now consider using a modified device. It is still a deconstructor-reconstructor, but this teleporter can use any atoms according to the type of atom. In other words, they're not the exact same atoms, only the same type of atom. So you're being reconstructed, but your atoms are being replaced. Different atoms are being used. Your atoms are not being sent along with the transmission. You are teleported to a different location as fast as possible.
And so in this case, a quarter of the responders said that they did not survive using different atoms. And the person reassembled is a different person than you.
Yeah, so your atoms, huh? Question number 13. We're using the same device for a new purpose now. This time, the teleporter scans you without deconstructing you and sends the information to a different country as fast as possible, but the original copy of you still exists in the original location. In other words, there are now 2 atomically identical copies of you in different locations.
This again was a quarter of the responders said that only the person in the original location is you, and not the person in the new location.
Okay, now we're going to test a few other thoughts. This is about brain replacement in the new section. So question number 14. Neuroengineering has improved significantly, and you volunteer for a new type of device trial now. You volunteer to have a small part of your brain, for example the hippocampus, replaced with a lab-grown biological replacement. This replacement segment and your post-operational brain is identical to that before the operation in every way, and afterwards you act, experience, and develop the exact same as you did before.
Again, this was a quarter agreed that the person that the person who wakes up after the replacement is a different person than you, and 75% still thinks that still would agree that the person who wakes up after the replacement procedure is the same person as you.
Just a quick question there, Michael. Is it the same 75%? Because this is a completely different scenario.
Let me see. No, there are 2 responders that have swapped. Have swapped. Yeah.
All right. So question 15. Over the next 20 years, you undergo brain region replacement procedures repeatedly until your entire brain has been replaced with identical tissue. You still act, experience, and develop the same as you would have if you hadn't undergone the procedure.
So 75% agree that the person who wakes up after the final replacement procedure is the same person as you. 1/8 say that the person who wakes up after the first replacement procedure is a different person, and another 1/8 say that the person who wakes up after a replacement procedure is the same person as you up to a point, but at some percentage replacement, it is no longer the same person as you.
Okay, 16. A new trial. This time you undergo the brain region replacement procedure, and your entire brain is replaced with identical tissue in the one complex operation. You still act, experience, and develop exactly as you did before.
Now in this case, we have a 50% split. That 50% say that the personal identity survived the procedure, and 50% say that your personal identity did not survive the procedure.
Right. Then question number 17. We've progressed even further in our technology, and you have volunteered for a new type of trial. You volunteered to have a small part of your brain, for example the hippocampus, replaced with a computer chip replacement. The replacement brain segment is functionally identical to yours, and afterwards you act, experience, and develop the exact same as you did before.
So now 75% agree that the person who wakes up after the replacement procedure is the same person, but 25% say that they did not survive the procedure. So in this scenario,
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. You wanted to add something?
Well, yeah. So that in this procedure, we have more agreeing again as
As
opposed
so
to
it seems like just functionally replacing wasn't as big of a deal.
Right.
Okay. Now 18. You volunteer to have your entire brain replaced with a computer system inside your head. This replacement brain is functionally identical to yours, and afterwards you act, experience, and develop the exact same as you would have if you hadn't undergone the procedure.
Now we have again a 50% split, where 50% say that they did survive the procedure, and 50% say that they did not survive the procedure.
Right, it wasn't gradual enough. Okay, then we've got another section which is a little bit different: augmentation and emulation. It sort of tests to what degree we stay the same person. Question 19, last two questions. You volunteer to have your entire brain replaced with a computer system inside your head, and you are linked to the cloud. This replacement brain is functionally identical to yours, and afterwards you act, experience, and develop the exact same as you did before, except you have added abilities. For example, being able to draw information directly from the cloud into your knowledge and skills.
Again, we have another 50% split between the responses. 50% for identity survived, and 50% that it did not.
Now, I wish we had asked this question differently, because there is no way to tell whether they just said it's not you because of the gradual replacement versus scan and copy issue, and perhaps they didn't, that's why the question about adding some extra ability doesn't give us any extra information in the answer the way it's been posed. So we'll have to improve that in a future survey, I think. Now, question 20, you have your brain scanned and a perfect copy is created inside a computer system outside of your body. For instance, your physical body is not involved anymore. This uploaded brain is functionally identical to yours, and afterwards you act, experience, and develop the exact same as you did before in your physical body.
Now, 63% say that the emulated brain in the computer is you. A quarter say that the emulated brain is no longer you, and 13% say that the emulated brain is still you as long as you and your physical body no longer exists.
There can be only one. Okay, that one. All right, so I think that, is there more, or was that it? Oh, there's another, the contact list. Okay, that's different. So that's information I shouldn't show, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so that was the information that we wanted to share from those survey results. But we had also prepared another survey that we just wanted to share the questions with the panelists to guide our initial discussion. And so, Randall, if you'd like to begin with that, we can do that.
You mean if we begin with the other questions on the second survey? Yeah.
Yes, unless you'd like to take some unless you'd like to have some discussion before that.
Well, so here's the thing. We could discuss the interviews and the many questions that we've taken note of first. The chances are that that's going to take us in a lot of different directions, and that many of the things that are in this extra survey will be covered as well. And so, then it would seem weird to bring those up again afterwards. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go through this second survey, which was designed very recently as a result of some questions that came in before the workshop even started. And hopefully that sparks the conversation, because we can talk about each of the questions immediately, and then we can also address what the first survey told us about how people feel, and also the points that were raised in the interviews. You can sort of use that as an organic way to get there. So I will start with this survey right now. Hopefully everyone thinks that's okay. So I'm going to share my screen again, and this time I'm switching over to our newest little survey. I'm calling these personal survival questions, and I'll just read them out and then we can talk about them. Each one at a time. The following are a series of questions that attempt to probe careful thinking about matters of surviving a mind uploading procedure. For the purpose of all following questions, to simplify reading, let's agree to call a person living with an original pre-scan brain alpha, and a person living with a post-scan copy of the original brain beta. And I'd like to add that whether you're alpha or beta, this doesn't give you any primacy in terms of whether you're more important or not. So just to assuage any fears that Keith or others may have about bias there, that's totally not implied. It's just alpha, pre-scan, beta, post-scan. The original in these scenarios does not need to have a biological brain. It could be that we're doing a copy of a copy. Alpha may already have a whole brain emulation, which could be arrived at through gradual or scan and copy. But beta is probably a copy of that. So unless the question specifies that the original is biological, it could be either. For additional precision, we may add a time variable. For instance, we could say alpha at t is smaller than t0, or beta at t is greater than t0, in order to discuss if the person at some point before or after a mind uploading procedure. We can call the time at which the procedure happens t0. All right. There have been scant attempts so far to express success criteria for mind uploading with the sort of rigor that's attempted to express success criteria for brain emulation, neural prosthesis, and support. And I'm making a clear distinction here between mind uploading and whole brain emulation, because whole brain emulation is just creating a brain that works and that is identical to the brain of a previously existing person. And mind uploading is using that method of re-implementing your brain to continue existing. So uploading you survive through mind uploading and then whole brain emulation of your brain. For example, A, Mike is satisfied that mind uploading is successful if Mike's grandchildren can visit a hologram that can speak to them the way Mike would do. Some people might recognize that this success criterion may be very similar to the one that the Terasem Foundation uses, for instance, about what they consider a successful mind upload. B, Jennifer is satisfied that mind uploading is successful if future generations can analyze Jennifer's preserved brain and extract specific memories within their context to understand how Jennifer perceived things, the sort of archaeology of memory. This is another popular way of looking at the value of whole brain emulation, of brain preservation and whole brain emulation, that I've heard expressed by at least 2, probably 3 individuals. And I don't deny that there's certainly value in that, but is that the success criterion for mind uploading? Then C, Mary is satisfied that mind uploading is successful if post-upload Mary has the same memories, personal characteristics, goals, desires, etc. So in other words, Mary doesn't care whether there is a scan and copy problem or not. D, John is satisfied that mind uploading is successful if continued existence as uploaded John happens in a way that is indistinguishable to John from continuing to exist after waking up from a night's slumber. In other words, John does care whether or not there is a scan and copy issue. He kind of cares whether we should be going the gradual replacement route or the scan and copy route, where Mary doesn't really care. Okay, so then the first question here, which I will pose to everyone who is here on the panel, does whether a mind uploading procedure is successful depend entirely on a personal set of criteria for success? Or is there hope for some minimum consensus set of criteria? In other words, should we, when we try to write this update of the whole brain emulation roadmap, and we make a section on the success criteria for mind uploading, do we have to just impose that as this is the view of the people writing this document, or is there a chance that we can find a larger consensus, something like you might find, consensus about theories in physics or in other areas? What do the people on this panel think? So I'm not hearing anyone else. Is that because everyone else is muted? Or
Oh, you dropped out for a second.
Oh, I see. Okay, then I'll repeat that. I'm asking the panel whether when we write a section in an update on the whole brain emulation roadmap about success criteria of mind uploading, whether we should simply put there what the authors of that roadmap believe are the success criteria, or whether there is hope for putting down what might be a larger consensus around what those success criteria are. So just like you might find a larger consensus in physics about certain phenomena or their interpretation, is there hope for that maybe John, Mary, Jennifer, etc. could come to agree on something?
Well, I think, yeah, I don't think you want to be too specific, but I think, oh, now I can hear you. I can see you talking, but I can't hear you. I don't know.
Well, I'm not talking anymore.
Oh, it must be a, must be a delay. I actually think you should include both C and D as criteria, because some people are going to be like Parfit and be happy with C, just to sort of the relation to R. And then some people are going to want, um, that more specific, like obviously the philosopher Jeff, but, a lot of other people might demand something more that gets into a little bit of metaphysical. So I think you can really include both of those. I mean, each of those is a type of success. And I don't think you're going to get a consensus on people to agree on C or D. I think you're going to have a pretty good split there. And, that's okay. I mean, I don't know that there is, any final answer between those two outside of just different intuitions.
Okay. Yeah, if there are no further major opinions about this one, then I'm happy to go to the next question, because I really think this is probably the least interesting question of the lot. Okay, so the next questions, and I hope people can hear me. Please let me know if you can't, which is weird, because how would you know I just asked that question? Basic survival questions. The following questions test your basic assumptions about what it means for yourself to survive. For example, the questions address assumptions about interruptions of brain activity, sameness of material, and uniqueness versus the existence of duplicates. So the first question for the panel: can you survive an interval of total brain inactivity? For instance, hypothermic surgery where all brain activity has ceased. Are people on the panel hearing me? I'm wondering if
Yeah, I
people
can
are
hear you.
waiting for the live stream to catch up or something.
Yeah, I think it's there's a delay between the video and the audio, but the audio seems to be real time.
Okay, yeah, because when we're talking on the panel, we should just ignore the live stream video completely, since that has a 15-minute delay, 15-second delay. I don't know if that's the delay that's happening here, or if there's a different video delay. But yeah, just I guess listen to my voice.
So, so Randall, I mean, it seems like this these hypothermic surgeries already happen, and society has accepted them. So the answer must be yes. You survive.
Yeah, there seems to be a consensus on that, right? Does anyone disagree? Is anyone hardcore about, continuity of stream of consciousness?
No, I agree with Ken. I think that's pretty well accepted, and the fact that they're actually doing this for for surgeries, that people aren't running out saying that's murder. I think that's pretty accepted.
I will state though that a lot of people that do not know about this hypothermic surgery hold the position that you can't break a stream of consciousness, and when people are confronted with, well, what about during sleep? What about during anesthesia? I have met a few people that say, well, brain activity does not shut down during those circumstances, so therefore that is carrying your continuity in some way. I think it's a lack of knowledge of what is possible, and that those people, when confronted with the bare facts, would shift their discussion to to one of the other objections.
So merely presenting to people the fact that this technique exists, that ought to be enough to at least move past that particular argument. That one just falls by the wayside because everyone then immediately gets on board with, well, of course, continuity of the stream of consciousness doesn't really matter.
Well, and then you can also bring up the examples of people that are trapped in ice for an hour, and brain activity has ceased, and no one is really questioning that their existence has been erased. So yeah, I think putting out that and the surgery, I think that's pretty well accepted. So I don't know that you need to worry too much about that one.
Then let's move on. Do you survive if we replace one of your neurons with a perfect copy while your brain is inert? And sounds a lot like some of the previous survey questions. Just checking with the debate panel here. Does anyone think we don't survive if you replace one neuron during such a hypothermic surgery procedure?
I don't know. It sounds like a slippery slope to me.
Definitely is. Okay, but no one disagrees with this, and great. Then we'll just move right on. Do you survive if we replace your hippocampus with a perfect copy while your brain is inert? And the answers are no, that's where my soul was camping out during the deep sleep, or yes, that's fine, receiving a perfect prostatic hippocampus can't possibly matter, or you may have a different opinion. Shall I just assume that we all say, yes, that's fine? Or is anyone disagreeing? And I can't see here what people are writing in the chat on the live stream, so maybe someone needs to tune in and let me know.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say I was definitely okay with that.
Okay. So nobody minds that. Do you survive if we replace 50% of your neurons randomly selected while your brain is inert? Answers are no, you just ripped out half of my soul. Yes, that can't possibly matter since they're perfect copies and they're then connected with the rest of... I don't like the way that this doesn't show the rest of that answer. Yeah, probably not the right way to show the survey in the first place. Actually, what if we just did the survey? That would probably work then. Let's just do it. There we go. That'll solve that problem. So, okay, whatever. That one was other. Now stream of consciousness was you survive. Yeah. And do you survive replacing neurons? Yes, we survive replacing one neuron. Yeah, we survived the prosthesis. Okay, anybody have a problem with replacing 50% of your neurons at random?
Is that just replaced with other neurons? This is not
Yes, perfect.
silicon. This is just okay.
Totally perfect, atomically perfect replacements.
That seems okay to me.
So, and this includes Michael Ulrich. You're totally fine with 50%. That's still gradual enough? I guess so.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Do you survive if we replace 90% of your neurons randomly selected while your brain is inert? No, most of my soul is gone now. Or yes, why would 50% versus 90% make a difference? Anyway, you're still wiring this up with the rest of my brain, so my soul can go ahead and infect the new neurons with myself. I know I shouldn't have added that, but does anyone feel that you don't survive the 90% replacement?
Well, I think that's where you would get into where Jeff would probably disagree, because he would talk about causality. But obviously, to replace those neurons perfectly, you must have used the original neurons, so there is some kind of causality. So, I mean,
yeah, it seems
okay.
About the type of causality, right?
Yeah.
He thinks it's not fine to just scan neurons and replace them. That's the deal.
So I have a little bit of a question, Randall. So what? Okay, my perspective. I'm trying to figure out how I should answer some of the more tricky questions. Obviously, I think all of these are fine.
Yeah.
But if my perspective is survival is in the eye of the beholder, it is a so for example, if I was taking a survey that said, do you think a virus is alive? Do you think fire is alive? Do you think bacteria is alive? Right? Or if I was taking a survey that said, do you think an insect is conscious? Do you think a mouse is conscious? Do you think a human infant is conscious? I would be reluctant to say yes or no because I feel like I would have a more subtle definition.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just something.
Right. This would be something that I would hope that the panelists or other people who have joined and want to ask questions would mention. They have a more subtle definition. Obviously, there's this in the survey. We don't have to stick with the survey. We're just bringing these questions up to get some of the conversation rolling. But
might get different answers.
Point there, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I was gonna say if you asked the questions, but you did it for going back to your examples for person C or person D, I think you might actually get a difference, because I would even have to say that for question the 90% of neurons, it's possible. I mean, for the C person, 100%. For a D person, yeah, there's room for some skepticism about whether or not that would matter if you're going with the D perspective. And I would say that having a little sympathy with the D perspective, I would say that I would still think that would be okay, but I could see where someone would say, well, there's a little room for doubt.
So what is that room for doubt? When you say you have some sympathy for the D perspective there, what do you mean?
Well, I don't think it's the same as Jeff was talking about, with something to do with the material, the actual, material going through time. And I know Keith had talked about that too. So I don't really buy that argument, but I guess with these kind of questions, you're you're asking two questions. You're asking from a third person perspective, would it make a difference? And to answer that, you just say, well, what do we know about memory, and all these kind of things. And this definitely would not seem to change that. But then you're asking, well, what about from the first person perspective? And then you have to kind of get into intuitions where, I guess it's possible that first person identity, could vanish. It seems unlikely, but do I know for sure? This is more than just hypothermia or going to sleep. This is pushing into grounds like that. So
Mike,
that's what I mean.
I wanna ask you what you mean by first person perspective, because if we're during deep hypothermic arrest, your first person perspective goes to 0. You would accept that.
Oh yeah.
So
You're not conscious. It's not a continuity argument. No.
so what do you mean by so it seems like you're saying from a first person perspective, the identical copy, I'm not saying you're saying this, but you know,
Hmm.
is it possible to formulate a statement that says, yes, this copy that is a perfect copy and that has the same memory and even thinks that they're the same person, is from a first person perspective not the same as the original person? Because I don't know how to
Oh yeah.
process that.
Oh yeah. I could easily formulate a statement. So
Okay, so help me.
it's sort of like it's sort of just like I've talked about consciousness from the first and third person perspective, and you run into the barrier where at this point you're really getting into some metaphysics, because how are you going to argue this empirically? And so what people's intuitions and people's fears are would be, you do this teleporter, this transportation or um, transporter room, and you don't wake up. So you'd have to define that from the first person perspective. um, I do this procedure, and then I no longer have that, um, that perspective, or my existence from the first person perspective is wiped out. And I think that's what's tricky about this. I mean, you can make, of course, arguments about how the first person and the third person identity are connected, just like in consciousness. But I think you should be a little skeptical, because I think we don't know for sure, and this gets into really fundamental issues of physicalism and um, where I guess I've just become a little more skeptical of those things. I think we can make good arguments, but we can't. There's not certainty here. We are making some metaphysical guesses here.
Okay, I think I got a clear answer there then, that you have to make a statement about first person perspective survival across a gap in consciousness.
Yeah, correct.
Must bring in a metaphysical aspect that goes beyond neuroscience.
Correct.
Okay.
Because I think you could also bring those kind of skeptical arguments. Are you, the same person you were yesterday? And philosophers have actually tried to argue that, that first person identity vanishes. And um, so, you're debating it, but you're not debating it from a scientific standpoint. I mean, these are metaphysical questions, which, for some people, they hear that's the end of the discussion. Okay, forget it. That's nonsense. Let's move on. But I have some sympathy that, um, just like in the philosophy of science with, physics. I mean, you can always ask these deeper questions. I mean, often they're way beyond anything empirically we could address. But I don't know. I think it's better to acknowledge that there's something here, and then just to move on to say, okay, you could have this perspective or this perspective. Um, and then if people say, well, that's definitely not you, then you could bring up these sort of metaphysical thought experiments to say, well, wait a minute. If you're saying that, then in this, then you can sort of tease these intuitions and, get people to at least say, well, I can see how you would think that. I mean, I don't know the answer, but okay, I see that perspective. And that might be, kind of as big as a victory as you could really have, is to, um, get out or get people to see these are at least two possible perspectives. And,
So
we
so Mike, so when you say perspective, I am inserting the word intuition. I'm wondering if you would agree with that.
Um, yeah, absolutely. I mean, these
Okay.
are arguments that And I don't, and not intuition in like the negative, pejorative sense. Like these are arguments that are not completely empirical. So you have to use other forms of rational argument, and part of that is what we call intuition. But that's not the full extent of it.
Is there a way to then trace back where that intuition or that perspective or whatever you want to call it is coming from? Because I really feel like part of the scientific method is identifying where our intuitions are, where our beliefs. Just clear up. Here is a belief, and saying and tracing back where that belief rests upon. And so I think I see what you're saying, though. From the whole brain emulation roadmap 2.0 perspective, what you're saying is we should not just completely dismiss these intuitions, because these are strongly held intuitions, but we need to compartmentalize them in a way that does not that I clearly identifies that these are outside the bounds of science right now.
Exactly. I think that would be helpful, and you would, and I just think that's probably better than just simply trying to dismiss some of these other views. But then you could also put some thought experiments that get people to question, like, well, maybe okay, well, maybe I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm not saying I'm wrong, but I at least will admit that there's some room for um, there's room for other possibilities.
Right.
Yeah,
Thanks.
this notion. Sorry, Keith. You could, Ken. This notion of using thought experiments to try to get people to test their intuitions is, of course, well, first of all, where the questions come from that we're asking during the interviews, and also the surveys that we're trying to create. And I realize that sometimes some of the initial questions seem really unnecessary for us. I don't know if it's worth going through the rest. I know that there was a good reason why we created this, but it seems like some of the questions that we wrote down while the interviews were going on are much better and deeper, I think, than many of the questions in this survey. So it might be better that we send this around once we've updated it a bit later to use the survey as a probing method. And instead, of course, we can go back to the conversation that you and Mike were just having, or we could dive into some of the other questions that we've collected, since there are quite a lot of them.
Can I ask a quick question, Randall, about the first survey that you guys were going through?
Yes, sure. Yeah. So the self
so it seemed so the first question number 7 about a software emulation. That seemed like the most controversial one there to me. Maybe I misread it.
Yeah, I thought so as well when I saw the version of these questions. You see, we've gone through an iteration of these surveys. We started creating some internally because we had internal conversations between team members of Carboncopies with somewhat different opinions, and we were trying to assess what people think. And I made one set of these questions, and then another member of the team edited those, and this is where this number 7 comes from, which I think that particular team member probably didn't think that was a very controversial question, but when I saw the word piece of software in there, I felt it was immediately a very controversial one. But yeah, so there it is.
But 100% of the people said that it would be yes?
100% of the people who this survey was shown to so far, and this is all people who are members of Carboncopies. So that is a very unusual set of people, in the sense that it's not it's not the layperson on the street.
Cool. That clarifies. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, we should have said that on the outset. So when we presented the results for these questions, this was only done internally so far. We haven't asked external people to answer these questions. That's not entirely true. I think we sent it out as well in our newsletter to everyone who signed up to that. I don't know if we received any results from there. Michael, you can let me know if there were.
There were not any additional responses.
Yeah. So, but I feel like this is a topic where one of the things that I find very important is not just to get it right and know whether gradual versus scan and copy makes any difference. Sure, that's important, but I also find that it's extremely important to learn how to talk to everyone about it, how best to present these issues, and how to get people thinking more deeply about them. And that's why we're trying to design questions, trying to design survey questions and test them with different audiences. But we've only just started doing this, so we didn't have a chance to really do that with a larger audience before this workshop started. But we wanted to present them to you anyway. The questions in the second survey were a more recent set that came about due to questions that that Michael Ulrich had after watching my conversation with Keith Wiley. And so we're still working on those. Yeah, so you'll see more of this sort of thing as we're trying to develop a better way to talk about the issues with just the general lay public. Yeah, so maybe, Michael, do you think it's a good idea we just go dive into the questions that were collected? That might be the right way to go.
I think so, yes. We do have quite a few, and I'd like to get through as many as we can. See, it's going to take a moment to because we based on the discussion, some questions were from I think some questions might have been answered, so I guess I can start off with a question that I had pertaining to the issue about whole brain emulation as a means to, as far as considering whether a mind upload is successful, and this was something based off of Keith's interview, if could the success of the mind upload be dependent on what one's desired outcome is for the mind upload, and so could the preservation of the identity be subjective in that sense, in which that like, for example, if your intention for mind uploading was life extension, could that depend on what one considers to be valuable about their life and what they want to be preserved? Because it could be possible that one considers what they value about their life is that maybe it's a continuity of the space that their mind is around, even like the space of their brain, like maybe like also it could be like uniqueness. Maybe what they want to preserve about themselves is just that they want to be the only one of them. And if, like, you bring into the possibility of copying, then that would then that would go against what their values are for what they want as far as preservation. And so this, going back to the interview where they were given the example of if you in the example where if you are on one side of the planet and like Jeff said, a bomb goes off above your head and you die. But on the other side, a replica was created, or a emulation of you was created as you died. Thinking about the perspective of the of you, like the biological you, how could that possibly be the least bit significance for that individual as far as the emulation is concerned? Because obtaining whole brain emulation has a lot to do with what we want that to achieve. And if like you don't have that, well, like for example, if the biological you did not die and that emulation was still created, why should the biological you be like, why should he think that that was a successful mind upload if he wanted to like achieve life extension? Because he's still going to live out his natural life and die, but but like his emulation is going to have that like advantage of like having the artificial substrate and like evolution through like technology and so forth. And then furthermore, if he did not even know that it happened, like why should he even how should that affect his viewpoint on it and whatsoever? So it's that kind of continuity issue that seems to have a need. So like, could it just be that you have to know about it to at least have some kind of satisfaction from that? Like if someone created an emulation of me yesterday, but I didn't even know about that, that really doesn't satisfy my purpose for trying to achieve whole brain emulation. Even though that you could say that the identity was preserved because it was a replication of the memories and the mental processes at that point and so forth. And so I guess to summarize my question for the panel, and I do apologize that I'm taking a long time with this, but in order for there to be a meaning behind the achievement of whole brain emulation, shouldn't there be some kind of continuity between the original self before the procedure and the emulation, in which that I suppose you could say that they're like there is no separation between what happens to the original self and then the emulation.
Well, I think you're getting exactly the difference between answer C and D. I forget, it was John and Jennifer, or those two people. And that's the divide. That's where you're going to run into a lot of the debate and people being not satisfied. And I think that intuition is going back to their first person perspective of am I going to wake up in the teleporter just like I wake up every morning? And I mean, I think that's those are difficult questions that sometimes the best we can do is intuition, but I think we can make arguments. I just don't think we have certainty.
So, at the risk of jumping in again with this survey, because Michael took the initiative to discuss his main question about the issue, which is good, because he had thought about it quite deeply, and I think the difficulty that Michael is dealing with, or what he's trying to describe, is the same one that many others on the team also deal with. In other words, this is something where people who have already gone past issues of, okay, continuity of like stream of consciousness, no problem. Software, not a problem. All that stuff, they're past all of that, and they're still stuck with this one issue, which Michael Cerullo, you just described as, yes, the difference between position C and D. And he's trying to put that into words clearly for us to discuss. And so this is actually why the second survey came about, was to try to put Michael's questions into a very clear form. So maybe it is useful to go further with this. I popped it up again because the first question here is addressing one of his issues. If scan and copy allows alpha to continue, so beyond T0, but beta continues living much longer than alpha, in what way does alpha survive through beta? Is it survival similar to how parents survive through their children? Is beta a complete and total survival of alpha? Is beta, and notice that I didn't add the T there behind that alpha, beta is a complete and total survival of alpha from before T0, and alpha T after T0 is a different person. Alpha after T0 is the same person as alpha before T0, and beta is a different person. Or even though identity was defined as singular, both alpha T after T0 and beta can somehow be alpha before T0. Yeah, where does everyone come down on this?
So you're talking about alpha. Oh, go ahead.
Well,
Alpha,
I just
yeah.
wanted to say that I really think this is a great question, and I think that you've nailed it when you said if let's say there was this perfect copy made, but you didn't even know it, what kind of satisfaction would you get?
Yeah.
Or a different way of putting it would be, what if you met your copy and you gave a good talk to them, and you're like, wow, this really sounds like me, but now I really am confronted with the idea that I'm not that person, so should I be satisfied? So I have my own opinions on this, but I think that this is, getting to the real crux of the issue, and I applaud that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just tacking on to that, as we went through to try to describe what Michael was trying to say, there is also a question here that gets specifically at that question of what if you don't even know about it? If scan and copy is performed secretly, can beta still be the survival of alpha? And then you could either answer, no, alpha needs to know that mind uploading is taking place, or B, sure, secrecy can't be an issue. Compare, for example, with a scenario in which secret gradual replacement uploading is happening. It's a little harder to envision exactly how that would happen, but just imagine that somehow, while you're alive, there's a duplication of your cells going on inside of your brain, and then someday when you're asleep, your brain just suddenly splits like some sort of cellular division, and each of the networks goes its own way. A little crazy, a bit sci-fi, but you can imagine how even gradual replacement might be going on secretly, right? So how can secrecy really be the issue of whether you survive?
And I did bring up the part of whether you know about it as to explain that there are even levels about how that would even impact your life, like knowing about it you could say is even the minimum kind of influence it would have, and I was using that as like an example of the minimum. But if you but if you didn't even have that, then why should it matter? Even though all of the criteria for the material reconstruction of it was still upheld.
Yeah. So Michael, if I can ask you directly, if someone were to secretly carry out gradual replacement on you, would you be satisfied that you survived?
I would say no, but I would, well, actually not a but and that the emulation, I would say, is not a continuation of me as far as in like what I consider my life, like what I value about that. if you're talking about just like the brain information, like the identical rather than the identity, then yeah, it's the same, but it's definitely not a continuation of my life. I would not be satisfied, but the emulation, I would say, would be satisfied. Even if he did find out that he was an emulation, I would think that he wouldn't care because his concern is his future, not his past. Even if he was labeling himself a clone, I mean, this is based on my, yes.
So connectedness is really not the issue then. Let's say that you had, you go to sleep, vat, and there's a vat right next to you, and this sequence is passed by a new neuron introduced in the vat, and it's connected to the old neuron. It's getting all the same input and output, and you keep doing that so that you're growing the second brain and the second person in that second vat during sleep. But it's all connected. Right? They're all connected, and then you just suddenly sever that connection, and vat number one is disintegrated. So you don't think you would survive and be in vat number two now, even though this was a gradual replacement scenario.
This is where I definitely do not have a logical answer, because there are a couple of notices of continuity that I would say. One is you could say the space that it occupies. There is no instant there is no instant displacement of space.
Okay, I can make this even a bit more strange, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine that you are in vat number one, and every time when we create a neuron in vat number two and connect it back to the neurons in vat number one, in whatever sarcophagus number one, we try the original there. You're probably okay with replacing a single neuron at a time. Now, slowly, you're growing this new body in the sarcophagus, and you have all these connections, but you're using the old brain wherever you haven't made the new parts yet. So you're gradually moving over to the other side, to the other sarcophagus, and this is happening during your sleep. So this is totally gradual replacement, right? And you'd be okay with that. It doesn't matter that there's a spatial separation rather than that the neurons are right there in your head, or do they have to be right in the original head, in the original sarcophagus? Is the 1 meter displacement, is that a problem for gradual replacement?
What I'm noticing about at least my, I really hate to use this word, but feelings about it, is that the less continuity there is, the less I am comfortable with that. So I would admit that even if it was like a single neuron that was replaced in vat number, like if it was a single neuron in vat number one, which I was being constructed, or yeah, and there is still that desire to understand exactly what is going on completely, but I also understand that it would be a very small part of the identity that would not survive if that aspect of the procedure was not a survival of the identity, and so in this scenario, since it is gradual, like I keep on clinging to what I can define is consistent, which is there is time intervals on which some of the same neurons are still there. So there's that consistency. Also, there is no identical replacement existing at the same time. So since there is that gradualness, I would accept it. There still exists, though, that illogical concern, as I there's a lot that is not understood because of this this word intuition for continuity. But if you ask me, like, well, then why would you be less comfortable with it if it was 50% replaced instantly? Using like math and like actual like hardcore numbers, I don't know, I could not do that. So it's what I do like about going through these examples, though, is that we're not finding any reason to fundamentally deny that there is a survival of the identity, which I suppose you could say gives me hope in whole brain emulation being a identity survival, and it's more of just my intuitions being hammered and hammered more into denial. I know you would really like me to give some kind of evidence on why I have these intuitions, but I'm at least I know I'm really going off on this question, but as far as being comfortable with it goes, it seems like the degrees of replacement have degrees of comfort, and in which case that if there is a lot less risk, then I would accept this procedure. Go ahead. I know I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't really cut me off. Sorry, was there someone else speaking?
This is Ken. I wanted to interject if it's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm wondering how analogous this is to. So if we were talking about something different entirely, let's say we were talking about eating your dinner with a fly swatter. Okay. And so you buy a plastic fly swatter at the store, and somebody gives it to you, and they say you want to eat your dinner with that, and there is a visceral intuition that you are going to gag if you're going to eat with this fly swatter. And if somebody says, no, we cleaned the fly swatter, it hasn't swatted any flies, don't worry about it, then that doesn't help that intuition, right? And so there is it's kind of like we're living in that world, except we're still a little bit unclear about what the nature of disease is, right, as well. And so some questions fall into, it's swatted a fly, but then you cleaned it with alcohol, and does that mean that you really killed off all the things that cause disease? Maybe you've only killed off these bacteria things that we've discovered, but you haven't killed off these other virus things. Or maybe the alcohol didn't seep into the plastic and it might come out. Versus, okay, this is a fly swatter we associated with hitting flies, and we're going to have that intuition of, I don't want to eat with a darn fly swatter because it makes me gag. And it's hard to disentangle those, because at some level, every time you're presented with here is a fly swatter, I swear that this has been completely disinfected. In fact, this is a thought experiment, and you must accept, for the sake of this thought experiment, that this fly swatter is completely disinfected. Now, would you be willing to eat the dinner with that fly swatter without gagging? And the answer is no. I would still gag, because I cannot accept the grounds of the thought experiment in the first place, either viscerally or. I think that it's impossible to disinfect a fly swatter. Does this make sense?
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Okay, so I'm throwing that out there because I feel like if we can at least separate the categories into this is a discussion on what is the nature of disease, let's say, versus this is a discussion about the nature of the gag reflex or the contamination intuition that is built into human beings based upon evolution. We can separate those two things.
Oh, I think I lost you there.
Yeah,
That was me abruptly ending my thought because I had nothing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Actually, so this is very interesting. Yes, separating out those two different kinds of reactions. And I'm wondering where this one from Jeff McMahan falls. Because Jeff did this weird trick where at one point he is explaining why he thinks identity cannot be the important thing to worry about for survival because, how could you explain the two hemispheres thought experiment? And on the other hand, he jumps back to it when he talks about gradual replacement because he brings up the ship of Theseus. And with the ship of Theseus, it's okay if you're replacing one board at a time, which gives you this notion of the way that the boards become a part of the ship of Theseus, become part of the identity, is because they are worn down a little bit by voyage in between the replacements of the individual boards, so they get used as part of the system. That's how identity is conveyed to those boards. It's almost like an infection. And I'm wondering if that, again, if we can say decisively that this is just a problem of how one has been taught to feel about it or how we think about identity of things versus something that warrants more more precise thought, but that is really a concern for some functional reason or some I don't even know what to call the other reason, a real scientific reason.
Well, I just think we're, you really, with some of these questions, just, getting into the limits of science and getting it really at fundamental issues of, philosophy of science and even just, what is analytical, what is empirical. So no, I mean, I think there's something here, but it's just really tough questions. I mean, it's, and I don't think we're going to get, consensus or knockdown arguments, and that's okay. I mean, I think you have to take a different kind of approach where sometimes it's okay to list, here's some possibilities, here's reasons for this, here's reasons for that, and at least get people to say, oh, well, I can see how that's not crazy. I mean, I can see why people would think your identity continues. I mean, I'm not going to do it, but and I think that's that would be pretty good victory for me if you could, if that was a more modest goal. I think that would be still pretty impressive.
Yeah, I kind of like that Ken mentioned an example about worry about how disease works and things like that, because a sort of a metaphor or analogy that I keep coming back to when I hear about issues that people have with Carboncopies versus Gradual is this notion that yourself survival is somehow it's like an infection, something that needs to spread. And so that's why everyone's okay with preserving yourself by going into hypothermia for that surgery, because your matter is still there, so yourself has already infected that matter and you're in there. And people are okay with gradual replacement because as the parts get replaced, if you leave enough time in between, then yourself can somehow infect those parts and those parts become a part of yourself the way that food becomes part of yourself over time. So then the infection spreads to that new material. But somehow if you break both of those, if you don't allow for either of these, you don't allow for the material to continue to exist even though there's no activity whatsoever, so that's not part of it, and you also don't allow for this gradualness. If you do the replacement all at once, then somehow the infection had no chance to spread. But I have a really, really hard time conceptualizing what this infection with your personal identity can possibly be, because we've already set aside all of the sort of very physical and scientific issues there, because we talk about perfect replacements and all of that, right?
So Randall, let me try to disagree with you on this. So you're saying, okay, the gradual replacement, people accept that because it's kind of, you're giving a rational explanation of it. Let me give a different explanation of that phenomenon. If it's gradual, then the person would have said, stop, this is not working, if something was going radically wrong. And so by saying it's gradual, you are allowing the person to say, hey, you're getting moment-to-moment feedback that you can say, wait a minute, something's going wrong. And that changes the people don't treat these thought experiments the way that people don't treat these thought experiments the way that you expect them to treat the thought experiments, right? Because if you say, accept that it's a perfect copy, they're not accepting that it's a perfect copy, because you might have gotten something wrong. There might be something outside science we don't know. Whereas if you say, okay, now there's a thought experiment and it's a gradual replacement, then you brought in this extra thing that says, hey, you're given continuous feedback that it is not going haywire. So let me bring up a concrete thing though that gets around this. So Mark Walker had a paper where he did he showed this difference, and he did a retrospective analysis. I think everybody's probably read this here, but I'll just, it's the one where he says, imagine that you find out that every night you have been of your entire life that you have been being scanned and replaced. And you only find this out because he comes up with a wonderful story behind this that I won't go into. But every night of your entire life, you've been scanned and replaced, and you only find out now. But you have to continue every night because you'll die otherwise. Do you change the way you're going to live your life? And he found out that if he asks the same type of questions with this retrospective, that he gets different answers from people. At that point, they're like, oh, of course I would go on with my life. Of course I would accept scan and replace as a continuity. And the only difference here is because you've gotten that feedback. You've gotten over the hurdle of them accepting that that it works.
That's a really good point. Could I just quickly ask Michael Ulrich, how do you feel about that example? What if you had been replaced every night?
I am going to disagree that I would be comfortable with that. I would say that, and this again, I cannot back up with something logical. This is again based on my emotions or comfortability. But I would say that it was a different person, or rather a clone, every night. And I had no past since last night, but since I'm here now, that really doesn't matter to me. I got to figure out how to stop this from happening.
This is something I've heard of before. This is, I've mentioned from time to time that I have this.
Randall, at least I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Randall. I think you cut out.
You dropped out. You're saying you have this and then cut out.
Just a point here while we're waiting for Randall. I put a link to Mark Walker's paper in the live stream chat.
Thank you, Ken. As we are waiting for Randall, I'll say that we will get to questions posted momentarily when we finish this train of thought.
I think Randall maybe left or got disconnected. I don't even see him on here.
Okay.
But do you want to get to a few questions, Rick? Because I probably have to take off in a few minutes.
Sorry, everyone. I just dropped off and rejoined by phone.
Oh, okay.
I was just in the middle of telling the story of this acquaintance who is worried about going to sleep because, their consciousness is disrupted every time they go to sleep, so they feel like a different person wakes up the next day. And that was very similar to Michael's description of how he feels about that thought experiment. Yeah.
And I'll just say, if you read enough on personal identity, you'll find yourself in that situation from time to time.
So let's see here. Do we continue along this train of thought, or should we go into some of the other questions? Michael, I'll leave that up to you.
We might want to answer a few questions because I probably have to take off here in maybe 20 minutes. So.
Okay.
Yes, Randall, could you please look at the on the back channel with me to help me find out where we're at?
Sure thing. So let's see here. I don't know if we've really addressed the question of whether we need to care about identity or psychological continuity is something else. No, I don't think it's the biggest issue. We've had Swamp Man. So I don't think that we've given Tony Fatica a chance yet to ask questions, and I believe that he is actually on the call. So perhaps he can ask some of his questions himself directly. Or did you want us to read them out?
Let's see, I think Tony stepped away for a moment, so we can read them out.
Okay. Good. Okay, let's see which one shall we grab.
But then he won't hear the answer.
That's true, he won't hear the answer, so it might be better to go to someone else's question. What about Yoon Suk Cho's question, where he says, I think there are two ways of looking at information, from a first-person perspective and from a third-person perspective. Is it possible that information death would be a relevant concept for number two, so the third-person perspective, but not for one? From a third-person perspective, an identical information copy of a person would make no difference, but for the person in question, it may or may not matter. Yeah. I'm not sure how much treatment this question needs, because I think that we are all pretty much okay with the third-person perspective. So that only leaves the first-person question, which I think is the same as the one that we were discussing already. Maybe that question's already been addressed as well.
So I think he's getting at what I was trying to point out when I was in discussion with Ken here a second ago. So I think so. I mean, I think that's the gist. I mean, there's other topics of information from a, I mean, there's a third person discussion of information from a first and third person perspective, but that's more like systems and whatnot. So yeah, I think I would guess that that's a similar intuition than what I was discussing. So.
But if you're talking about, but if you're talking about like the significance for the mind upload, since the third person is just a hypothetical perspective that wouldn't exist in a realistic situation, even though it's okay for the third person, that's really not what's important, though, because what we're concerned of is the perspective of the first person, considering that the second person is the emulation. I mean, which is also considering that there are two separations in this case. In that case, it's the third person. If the identity survival is acceptable from that isn't really a realistic argument to say that it would be successful, because what would be important is, wouldn't it be the perspective of the first person, which is that which that would be defined as the identity before the mind upload procedure, and so if why would we have why would we have to have a or rather, what purpose does the third person perspective really serve, if we're using that person's acceptance as a identity survival, if that is not even a realistic perspective in an actual scenario of mind uploading?
Yeah, I think that yes, that's exactly the question here. First of all, should one be happy with just the third-person account? But then, of course, if you're unlucky, or unlucky, if you have a very broad interpretation of has a person survived from a third-person account, then you might end up with the sort of simulacrum that TerraSem is trying to build. So many of us, even the ones who don't worry about scan and copy, would not be satisfied at the third person judging, yes, this robot is reacting exactly the way I expect that person to react, so that's definitely Michael over there. So yeah, we're probably thinking about the first person here, although we are arguing, of course, about what the first person can really know about about their continuity in that sense, right? By the way, I think we can rope in a question that Roman Saitlu asked. He asked, imagine the following scenario. Number one, you memorize a long sequence of numbers. No one else knows it. 2, you write down the hash sum of the sequence. 3, mind uploading is performed. 4, the digital you now recalls the sequence. 5, both you and a third party can verify that the sequence is correct by comparing the hash sums. As no one else knows the sequence of numbers but you, is the test sufficient to check if the person in the computer is you? I think this would be a relatively good test for the third person account of survival through whole brain emulation. It still doesn't address the first person case directly, but I think this is better than, say, the TerraSem test, perhaps.
Well, and I think I'm just a general comment about that. I think that, yeah, I mean, I think the strategy is, because on one level you have to talk about third person identity, because that's what you're going to measure and what you're going to do. But I think the strategy to maybe help Michael or some other people who have a little bit of doubts is then you start to say, well, okay, so how does the first person link up with the third person? Because, we know it's not random, and obviously, we have a lot of evidence that it's connected. So then you ask, how is first person and third person connected? And when, and, this is exactly what we've been trying to do. And is it, the functional patterns? Is it time? Is it matter? And I think then you can pin things down and get people to say, well, okay, that seems a little, silly that it would just be literally the same atoms. And so, and I think that's kind of the approach that I've taken, is just try to look at, how are these connected? Because obviously they are, but where does it break down? And and I said, like I said, I think that's exactly what we've been trying to do. So they're not, independent, but we for third person identity, I mean, that's what we talk about, neuroscience and memories and whatnot. But then we need to address some of these doubts from the first person perspective. And I think one way to do that is to just look at these, how are these linked, and what are the limitations, and and so I guess that's just a general comment of how I look at these, when I talk about third person and first person. And I'm not saying that there's some totally separate things. I mean, we want to link these together, and that would help us make arguments to convince people. And I think, but Michael's intuitions are not in any way unusual. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people have concerns about. And and just like your survey, all those questions are kind of getting at, where does that break down? I mean, where do you feel like the third person could continue when you're losing first person? And that's a really tricky question, and that's where I think people can step back and say, well, gee, I don't, you've got a good point. I can certainly see how you would say that mind uploading is going to work, and I think that would be a victory. I mean, if you get people to step back and say, wow, okay, I see that there's some there's some room for different opinions here, that is definitely a step in the right direction. So maybe with just going back to Michael here, maybe what you could kind of meditate on some of these things, and just instead of trying to convince yourself 100%, just look at how people could view these in either two different ways, and see if you can get to the intuitions of a person from a different perspective. I mean, that's not going to completely obviously solve things, but I think that's a step in the right direction. And my problem is, I mean, I have some sympathy with both sort of Jeff's view and maybe more just physicalist views, and but I don't know. I certainly don't know which is correct, and I'm not. I mean, a little skeptical about it. I mean, I feel like the approach is better, for me at least, just to be a little skeptical. But I see both sides, and I certainly, obviously, as being part of this, these groups, I mean, I certainly would understand why people would think brain uploading is going to be successful, whether it's gradual or instantaneous. But I could also understand why people would still be a little bit skeptical. So,
is it okay if I ask a few questions about causality and about rate of replacement? Because I'm really curious about this one. If no one has an objection, then I'm going to head on that tangent for a moment. Okay, so Jeff came down pretty hard on the problem is probably the rate of replacement. Up to some rate of replacement is fine with it. It's probably still him. After some threshold rate of replacement, at that point, it is no longer Jeff. Yeah, he couldn't quite explain exactly which rate that would be or why that was clearly still just sort of intuitive thing. But yeah, so that was important. And he also mentioned that the type of causality was important to him. So not any causality was good enough, but it had to be a certain kind of causality, the sort of causality you would find in the natural brain systems and how they're replacing each other, except, okay, you can replace a piece of the brain. You can put a little bit of other kind of causality in there, as long as it isn't too much at a time. And that also led me to think about a few other causality questions. We can discuss the rate threshold in a moment, and whether anybody could try to describe where such a cutoff would be if you happen to believe that this is an issue.
I would just...
Yes? Yes, but to finish my thoughts, the second thing I really wanted to discuss is to what degree people think causality matters at all, and what sort of consequences it has when, if, for instance, the position I'm on right now, if you don't think causality matters. So, for instance, Swamp Man is fine for me. And there are some really weird thought experiments that come out of that. But anyway, so rate of replacement, Ben.
Yeah. So I would suggest that people's intuitions on rate of replacement would track essentially with people's ability to object that something has gone wrong. So if you say, I'm going to replace everything in a nanosecond, that's essentially, look, I can't determine if anything has gone wrong. If you say, I'm going to replace everything in 1 minute, that is also probably too fast because, it takes a little while to figure out if things are going wrong. If you were losing some memories, though you wouldn't notice that those memories were gone until you tried to recall them. And so it's a confound. It's a confound because you may be asking, you may think that you're asking a question that is purely like in your and Keith's paper about the fallacy of gradual replacement over, I forgot the title, sorry. You think you're asking a question that is very straightforward, but what you're actually doing is you're playing on people's intuitions about being able to figure out if something's going wrong in the procedure, which you're trying not to ask. You're trying to say, no, nothing's going wrong during the procedure, but people's intuitions are based upon things like that.
Mm-hmm. I would even say, I really get your point, and I think I would even say that people would be willing to accept some change. So even if they felt like they were a little bit different than before, it feels like someone like Jeff McMahan might say, we do change over time, but if that is happening slowly, then I'm okay with it. So I don't need to be exactly the same person at the end of the total procedure. Some of the changes could be natural changes, and some changes might be, well, I get a metallic taste in my mouth now, but I'm okay with that. I'm still basically me.
Right. Let me, if I can, let me address your second question about Swamp Man.
Yeah.
So let me just throw it into a different scenario. Let's say I take your laptop right now that does not have a backup copy. Okay, assume that your laptop does not have a backup copy, but it has lots of important material, pictures, movies, partially finished manuscripts, everything. Okay, and I explode a nuclear bomb over it. You would be concerned, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. If you had made a backup copy of that laptop before and put it in a safe location, and then I destroyed this one, you would have a problem, usually.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I'd still be upset because it's expensive what you just destroyed, but I'd be okay with it. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say, though, hypothetically, that I didn't make a backup of your laptop, but there happened to be a laptop that was randomly Microsoft, it got hit by a lightning storm, and it had all of your exact files and manuscripts in there, and it actually was being sent to you next week. Now you blow up your laptop. Would you be upset by that? And the answer is, of course, no, you wouldn't be upset with that. But you're not going to accept that scenario because that is so outlandishly stupid of a scenario that nobody would accept that. Swamp Man is exactly that same thing.
Yeah. It's an outlandish scenario, it's true. And so it's a little weird that way. Although, yeah, I don't have a problem with the causality issue there. But I do find it interesting just to go on a little bit from that, especially since you're using the laptop scenario. We could simplify it a little bit more. Let's say that there was a program that I was writing. It was going to be the Pong game. And the game Pong has a pretty simple set of rules. So I wrote it in a certain way. my laptop gets destroyed, a new laptop appears somewhere, and hey, it also plays the Pong game. It has a program on there for playing Pong. Even though I never wrote it, it might even be slightly different, but it still plays Pong. And so it seems like somehow that's still there. What I'm trying to say there is, it's so weird. If you could, or let's say that, what if the Pong game was finished on the new computer? So it's like you've skipped a few steps. If you don't care about the causality from moment to moment, whatever the hell that means, I mean, are we talking Planck scales or what? But if you don't care about the causality, you say it's fine if the new me, the me after copying, is like me but a microsecond later in terms of mental state. People are probably okay with that because people seem to be okay even with losing certain percentages of their memory and stuff when they're doing scan and copy upload, and they still say, I think I survived. It's kind of like you can't remember everything perfectly from your childhood. A little bit of amnesia. It's probably okay. So a few changes are okay. But if you're thinking in these terms of like going a few steps ahead, you could theoretically come up with some bizarre scenario where your causal states that you could have created in the brain would lead you to be a different person, someone you know, Robert. And so now you're saying, no, we don't have a copy of you, but luckily we've got Robert. And there is a causal chain I could imagine where you could get from you to Robert, so you've survived. So, when you think of crazy scenarios like that, then not caring about causality starts to feel a little weird. Even though I still think that just creating myself randomly somewhere through lightning would be okay. Yeah, that was just one of the weirder sort of thought experiment outcomes that popped into my mind, thinking of not caring about causality.
Well, if we were going to go with more questions, Mike DeVerde asked me if there's any kind of mind uploading that I am comfortable with. The level of continuity that I would be comfortable with, and this is just based on intuition, not logical reasoning. It's very similar, if not exactly similar, to Jeff McMahan's, in which that if the natural processes of the firing neurons was not disrupted, then that would, and I'll explain that more, but then that would be enough of continuity for me to accept it at a point where I would be willing to devote my life towards achieving this level of whole brain emulation. And so what that would be is that since not every neuron in the brain is active all the time, because there are neurons that are inactive as they're not being used in cognitive processes, if each one of those neurons was replaced with an artificial neuron, let's for example take one that had to do with memory, if I was not using that memory information in my brain and my cognitive processes at the instant that was replaced, then that would be considered a continuity in the natural process of the neurons firing, and that I do not feel like there was any identity lost in that procedure because that neuron was not being used. It was definitely just material as far as not significant to the identity, but also since it was replaced outside of the natural processes of neurons firing. I think Jeff used the word repetition or something like that. It's the cause and effect scenario of neurons. Since that was replaced, there was not any access to that memory. There was no loss of access to that memory from the rest of the cognitive processes. But but if for some reason that memory was, if that neuron was not replaced when it was trying to be recalled, then that would be a disruption in the natural process of the neurons firing, which in turn would be a natural process in my desired cognitive abilities. And so that would be and so in that case, if you were able to replace every neuron over time with artificial neurons without having at all disrupted the natural action-reaction neuron firing process, then that is what I would declare as my current comfortability threshold with acceptability of continuity. And again, that is based on intuition. Now, Randall did ask me before, well, if you freeze that process, in which case not all of it, there was no active flow, it was simply paused. Would you be comfortable with then just replacing everything, since it really didn't disrupt that natural cognitive process flow if it was just simply paused, because you weren't trying to use neurons that weren't there, because it was simply just not being used at all. It was just in a frozen state. The issue with that is because it violates the continuity of that natural process as far as time is concerned. If you're freezing the brain, then that disrupts. If you're freezing the brain to replace everything, then that level of continuity is disrupted, and all that really does is go against the intuition level, because you're taking away more and more levels of continuity, so even in the case where even in the case of an actual scenario where a patient was in a coma and they where there was no brain activity, but then they were revived, that's still a disruption of continuity. But because there's other levels of continuity that is still there, it's still the same matter, the same neural tissue, it's all still there. That's I suppose you could say that all that other continuity makes the lack of continuity of the inactivity less significant, to a point where I would be willing to accept it. And so going back to this question, as far as my level of comfortability, as far as an engineering a perspective of achieving whole brain emulation, trying to construct a method for that kind of replacement, when you're replacing every single neuron when it's not being active, that is so much more technologically challenging than scan and copy, and so there's an issue of, well, do I want to devote my life trying to accomplish a technological feat that would, chances are, not even happen in a million years from now, or do I want to try to find a way to accept the continuity extreme between scan and copy, because that actually might be something I could achieve in my lifetime. So if you're there is that, I suppose you could say, well, try to satisfy everybody's needs of continuity by making the most complicated technological engineering process for mind uploading conceivable, and make sure that everyone is satisfied. But that's not really possible. That's not really I suppose you could say, efficient if your intention is to actually achieve a level of mind uploading that you are willing to accept in a reasonable amount of time, in which you would be able to spend your devotion to. Yeah, so going back to that question, that is my level of continuity and a level of mind uploading that I would be comfortable with, but I would rather than trying to like achieve that kind of technological feat, I would rather understand why there is this level of intuition for a need of continuity for the scan and copy procedure, and because that is the more plausible like technological feat at this point.
That was an absolutely awesome description of your position, by the way. I'd like to quickly ask, so the rate of replacement wouldn't matter if your brain is off. So let's say your brain is frozen, you don't care if we replace it fast or slow. It would not constitute what feels like continuity, right?
Correct, and using the word feels is important in that case, yes.
Yeah, so only the procedure where there is some activity between each replacement phase, that's the one where continuity is perceived to exist, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, that was a fantastic description. I don't know, has anybody else got a comment on this? It is also a great description of why it matters to think about this, because going for the more complex method, the more complicated technology, is certainly something that's possible, and no doubt, someone will want to explore that. It's just that it may just be a lot harder. So scan and copy is definitely worth thinking about. Yeah, you addressed all of that very well. I don't know if we have any further questions we should address right now. See in this document. Maybe Jesse or Michael, maybe you can point one out to me.
We do have one from Anita. Let me see if I can find the beginning of this question. Is there a way we can analyze the mental checks and interrogation process a person might do after each operation in a gradual replacement, so that we can ensure the same will be there during an instantaneous replacement? I think Ken is spot on in his comment earlier, and if we can figure out what reassurances would exist in a gradual replacement, perhaps they could be integrated in the process for an instantaneous replacement, or at least be thought about when making arguments. Hello?
Sorry, I had a little problem there. I couldn't hear the entire question.
Okay, let me, sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. Let me, is there a way we can analyze the mental checks and integration process of a process a person might do after each operation in a gradual replacement, so that we can ensure the same will be there during an instantaneous replacement? I think Ken is spot on with his comment earlier, and if we can figure out what reassurances would exist in a gradual replacement, perhaps they could be integrated into the process for an instantaneous replacement, or at least be thought about when making arguments.
Yeah, but isn't that just by definition not possible? Because if we have a thought experiment in which we say, we guarantee to you that everything went perfectly, isn't that the same as telling someone, we guarantee to you that everything went perfectly because we're going to incorporate all of the checks that you would have otherwise carried out in the phases in between the replacements? Isn't that exactly the same thing from the point of view of the thought experiment and from what they feel about it?
Yes, I think it would imply that the intuition was finally given some kind of logical reasoning, and that you could you can check it by like an experimental sampling.
I think just to I was saying that in terms of a thought experiment that is relayed to people. I'm not sure how you could actually do that in real life, but I would refer back to Mark Walker's retrospective replacement. That's what he calls it. This idea that instead of saying go through this scan and replace procedure, saying you already have gone through this scan and replace procedure many times. Now would you do it again? Is a way of giving that type of assurance in a thought experiment. Now, how you do that in real life, I have no clue.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to do that either. I actually have this other suspicion, which is I suspect that intuitions and comfort with the notion of scan and copy are going to change in some kind of linear relationship with advancements in doing any kind of prosthesis or whole brain emulation. So it's almost like, you know, if your neighbor's done it, then you're more likely to be okay with it. You know, you have fewer concerns about it. Or if you've seen it done on a monkey and it looks like it worked, then you feel a bit more okay with it, even though it wouldn't logically take away anything from the sort of the arguments that we've been having here about thought experiments. It feels to me like that would make a difference to people's intuitions.
But when do you think, realistically, when do you think science will progress to make a dent in that?
Make a dent in that?
Well, I'm saying that, you know, for example, you can point to stuff today that says, oh, well, you know, this computer can use neural networks to play chess very well, or we've implanted a very basic memory in mice, and that doesn't shove people's intuitions very much on this question.
No, you're right. That doesn't do very much there. Yeah. I wonder if anything like a neuroprosthetic would do it more to that. Let's say, I feel like artificial retinas probably wouldn't make much of a dent either. I think perhaps cognitive neuroprosthesis of some kind might begin to make a dent, where, you know, if you know that your uncle has had a hippocampal replacement, that he's still your uncle and your uncle still feels like your uncle, then people start to feel less concerned about it, maybe. Of course, that's not very soon. That's still pretty far away.
One of the things that I toyed with in a little article that I wrote was the idea that this sounds crazy, okay, but just bear with me. If you gave somebody an amnesic drug so that they were not going to remember something, and then recorded them answering questions, and then after that drug, you know, the next day, showed them the video. And here they are presented with a chunk of their life where they were absolutely cognizant but have no memory of it, that might shove their intuition.
Interesting. But what is it exactly that would do? Because, I mean, from our perspective, where we're saying the thing that's most important is memory, then losing memory, like let's say if you do go through dementia and you eventually don't remember anything about yourself, you're really not the same person, even if people on the outside are still saying this still looks like Grandpa. We would say Grandpa's not there anymore. And in your example, you're using this drug to give someone amnesia about something they did. Wouldn't it just make sense then to say that is not me over there answering those questions? I was temporarily not there, now I'm back.
I mean, I think that they would accept that it was them, but they just don't recall. I mean,
I meant from our perspective, if we're making memory the important issue, right? Because you could, of course, you could extend that experiment and you could erase all of someone's memories and then have a discussion with them. Maybe they still know language, and you can record that and then you can show that to the person afterwards while they had total amnesia.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's getting to the point that continuity can be broken, I guess. But I can't think of many things that you could do today to budge that intuition. That's a real problem that we have. One other thing I would say on this is because we're really talking about how to argue these issues with people. Not argue, I mean just how to get to kind of our own biases, other people's biases, where the truth lands. And I think one of the things, and you brought this up earlier in the discussion, is if some aspects of personal identity where you would say, look, it really is dependent upon the body, or it's really dependent upon the atoms, or these types of intuitions. If you were to then say, okay, let me accept that as a given. What does this mean for a world of artificial intelligence? Where the very fact that things are being run on software means that the program is running on different transistors. It is absolutely simple to copy. So do these arguments actually mean that you can't have conscious AI? Because I think some people's arguments are, if you take them to their logical conclusion, they rule out the possibility that you could, or almost completely rule out the possibility that you could have software-based consciousness.
Well, it's true that I have come across arguments that consciousness isn't possible in software. I mean, certainly, Causality would say you can't run that on a normal computer. But I wonder if that's really what is bothering people. So if you take Michael, for instance, his position, I don't suspect that Michael is against the notion of consciousness in AI, right?
Correct, I am not.
But then where would so let's go with that. I mean, so let's say there's consciousness in AI in some future world or another planet that we haven't seen. The entities are software running on cluster computers. Can they switch out which cluster computers? Can they turn on? Can they turn off? Can they create multiple instances of themselves? And what does identity mean there? Can C-3PO be copied into another robotic body? Can it be copied into two robotic bodies?
For my answer, applying the same level, the same levels of continuity that I would say that I am comfortable with, applying those to the AI entities. Once the singular identity of the artificial identity was created, then that would begin that individual's continuation, which would be his identity, and so replacing And so like having the disruption of the natural cognitive processes, in this case as a software-based, using the same level of like continuity comfortability, you would have to replace that software in a way that did not disrupt the natural action-reaction process.
So to get explicit, just so that it's really clear, let's say that this is C3PO, and normally C3PO's body is controlled by a program that's in the cloud. And this is, of course, it's got clock ticks, right? There's a certain rate at which the program in the cloud is progressing. It would be a problem then if C3PO's brain, between clock ticks, suddenly switched to a whole different set of processors, and the memory had been shunted to some other disk somewhere between those clock ticks, right?
Yes. So then at this point, I feel like I have kind of lost track of the identity in this case. Meaning that I'm having difficulty comprehending all of the different levels of continuity in order to make an assumption. So for this answer, I would say that I don't know. Well, based on that, then I would if I'm gonna take my I don't know answer as a no, then I'm gonna have to say no, they did not. This is bringing on a lot of different possibilities for a lot of different criteria for continuity, which I guess makes sense in a software-based AI. This is where I'm going to have
the same thing about hardware, right? Like it's actually very useful to go through this, and I think you can stick to your guns and you can use exactly the same reasoning, but it's nice to just think it through for R2-D2 for a moment. Let's say that R2-D2 is running entirely in hardware. He's got hardware chips in his brain, and he's got a hard disk platter in there that's got his memory, and this is how he runs. So he's got consciousness, and then, one night while he's recharging, someone comes along and replaces all of the chips in his brain and takes the hardware platter, copies it over to another hard disk. The hard disk is in there, and sticks the new hard disk in. And you turn R2-D2 on again the next morning, like after the recharge. This is now a different R2-D2 if you apply the same logic, right? It's not the same R2-D2.
Right. Yes, if you're applying that same logic. I think I found a spot where I'm stuck on thinking about this, at least. Yeah. Which is a good thing. It means there's a lot more to think about in this, but yeah, so I'm gonna have to give you a no answer on this one because I'm gonna have to think about it. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. See, how are we doing for time here? Are we still continuing with additional questions, or are we reaching the end of our endurance? Let's check with the panel here.
Mike DeVerde did ask me one question about my scenario of acceptable continuity, which the question was, must all this occur within your current biological skull? No. The skull is just the like the container for the neurological processes. But as far as like the continuity in that case, it would be like if you're going to bring about the spatial continuity, it wouldn't be spatial as far as like it has to stay within the exact volume and dimensions of like my skull, but it would have to be a replacement of the components into which contact remained constant when the neurons that were inactive are replaced, that they did not disrupt the natural flow of the neuron process. So it's as far as the spatial continuity, it's that contact continuity with with all of the components of the system, so that the natural neuron action reaction process was not disrupted. So given that, like as a hypothetical addition to that scenario, if each replacement neuron, we were only able to engineer them no smaller than 10 times their original size, that would technically, well, that would suffice as in a spatial continuity, because as far as spatial being that the physical contact between each component of the system remained constant. And I think this can go back to, this can address one issue of one aspect of continuity with scan copy mind uploading, is that you could say that, or Randall, actually, I think you made it, you mentioned that there is continuity in the fact that it's the copying and the scanning process that can be the level of continuity for that one. And like if your mind as it is did not exist, then the emulation would not happen, because of that continuity between the biological brain and the emulation. The continuity is that process of the scanning copy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if this means that you're becoming more comfortable with the idea of the scan and copy, because there is a causality there. But if we just reach back to your point about this contact that needs to occur, this is where, and I'm sorry to use the word, maybe the word is just too abrasive, but I use the word, your identity has to infect the new system. I know, Ken, you did not like that example, and then you told me that perhaps this is more about people feeling that they need to have a moment where they can check if they're still themselves. I didn't think it was so much about checking that they're still themselves. It's more like, as a bunch of neurons are being replaced in Michael's brain, there needs to be an interval of, I don't know, a few seconds at least, where the system has to run before you replace the next bunch, because then somehow that maintains whatever is being called continuity here. Even though the replacement was a perfect copy, it feels like somehow there has to be some activity. The boards of the ship of Theseus need to be worn down a bit, or somehow there has to be some way to begin to call these new neurons part of Michael's brain, and it needs to involve a little time, but not time where the brain is preserved, where it's frozen, time where the brain is active. Somehow that matters. And it's not necessarily because Michael wants to check at that point that everything's correct, although maybe that's an underlying unconscious reason. Maybe unconsciously it's because Michael feels that then he can check that. I don't know. Michael, you could talk to that, but to me it seems like there are two different things there. One is this, I want to check if it's going right, and the other one is this sort of underlying sense of, if this is happening while there's time for the system to become integrated, whatever that means, then there's this sort of, that's why I call it like an infection. The identity has to be able to infect either by everything staying within the same material. That material was already infected anyway, so that's fine. Or, things have to be replaced slowly enough that there's always some infected material around that can transfer the identity to the non-infected new material. Yeah, very bad time to use words like infection. Okay, I realize. Well, yeah, so I don't know. Michael, I don't know if you feel like one view of that is better than the other. I'm also interested to know if you feel like Canon copy is now more acceptable because there's some route of causality. Do you want to talk about that?
I would say that it is more. While it does not cross my threshold for acceptability, I would say that it is more of that. It is more acceptable, for whatever that's worth. And yeah, going back to the infection, the contact continuity between all of the factors that make up the neuron firing action reaction process, that was my best attempt, as poor as it was, to try to logically portray the infection as something that makes more sense than just like as a disease. As far as like the rate of like letting the system get accustomed to it, it would just the time you would give it isn't what's important. What's important is replacing the neurons in a way that did not disrupt the pattern of the firing neurons as natural brain cognitive processes were occurring. So
Michael, if for the procedure, if for every replacement step we needed to briefly anesthetize you for an hour, carry out the replacement, and then get you back up again so that we can then give you some time before the next replacement, would that still be okay, even though the anesthesia, of course, caused a disruption of what would have otherwise been your normal mental states progressing?
Yes, that does add that level of discontinuity because you are disrupting like the process of like the neurons just firing as if I was not anesthetized.
But didn't you earlier say though that you wanted to replace parts that were inactive rather than while activity is going on?
Yes. But making everything inactive all at once.
You do believe that you survive anesthesia, right?
Yes, with yes, even though there is that and as far as believe, I'll replace that word with acceptable level of comfortability. Yes, surviving anesthesia without any process going underway, yes, I would accept that. And then you're also taking away more continuity too by disrupting the natural process by freezing everything in its place as far as as far as the process goes, but then you're also replacing the material. I will say though that you are definitely making this. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I know, because I'm trying to understand now. So would you think, for instance, that if we had a good prosthetic replacement for a hippocampus and we had to put a patient under anesthesia to replace their hippocampus so that they have a well-functioning hippocampus, would this potentially disrupt who they are?
From a one thing I can note is that in this we are definitely, I am the third party, and so this is not asking if we're not asking about the first person's interpretation of identity. And why that's important for this is because identity can be very subjective. But I guess if we were using my interpretation of my third person's interpretation of the first person's identity, to me, his identity is all just based on my, I suppose you could say, my observations of that individual. Okay, maybe. Okay. I'm trying to answer this question without trying to just say it depends on what you value about identity. I'm trying to give it something a little bit more substantial here. But I also don't want to say that like I don't care because it's not me, because that doesn't really.
You. I mean, you might be the one getting the hippocampal prosthesis.
Okay. Well, then using that example, okay.
So it's really a question, given your concerns here, I'm quite curious, would you rather continue to live with a defective hippocampus that has trouble allowing you to make new memories? Or would you rather undergo the procedure where you're anesthetized and your hippocampus is replaced?
Given those options, I would go with having the procedure.
Even if that might not be you anymore?
Correct, because with the defective one, it's, well, yeah, if it's defective, it's not going to serve the purpose of maintaining a very significant aspect of identity, which I think is memory. Which is memory.
Okay, well, I should clarify, though. I should clarify that most of the time when we're talking about these situations, the patients do have some ability to create new memories. They just have trouble with it. They have difficulty because their hippocampus often doesn't produce useful codes to engrave their new memory. So the prosthesis is supposed to improve that. Now, in a future scenario, you could imagine that it might replace the entire hippocampus and make memory encoding perfect again. But you don't need to talk about a person who has no future or something like that because they don't make any memories anymore. So we could talk about you sitting there wondering, shall I do this? Shall I have this procedure? My memory will be better. I won't constantly forget what I was just doing. But yeah, I'm going to be put under anesthesia, and they're going to replace a pretty big chunk of my brain. It's a tiny piece, really, but still, it's big. It's much bigger than just a neuron, or 10, or 100, or 1,000. Talking about a few million neurons. Would you do it?
Okay, and this I will say yes, but just based on my values just based on what I value about having a fully functional memory capability, even at the because if it was not, first I'll finish my thought, then I'll go into issues I just noticed about what I was just about to say. Even while having the deficiency in those memory capabilities, that it would be more valuable to me to have the that replacement, even though I am not like comfortable with it being that I would not survive it. Now, yes, I realize what I just said sounds extreme, because you could say, well, okay, well, how defective does your hippocampus have to be until you're like not comfortable replacing it, based on the risk that you might like lose your identity? Well, then I would have to understand all of the implications to my memory that the defective hippocampus would cause, and then judge those values based on the risk of losing my identity, or, I suppose, to just put it bluntly, dying. And now, I would not say that if it's just a little bit defective, then I'm going to kill myself. No, that's like but if you like say, well, you're not going to have any memory, well, then I'll say, well, if I don't have memory, then is that really like a life worth living? Then let's just go ahead and risk it, because what I have to lose. So if you like go on both extreme ends of the spectrum, I could give you simple answers. Well, but even if you like say, well, what if you only were half capable of having the same memories that you are now, or me, then then if you're, because since I'm not sure, like, if this is a definite like survival of my identity or not, it would be like saying, well, you can either continue with only having 50% of your memory capabilities, or risk a 50-50 chance with either complete death or like perfection. So if I were to just have to make a decision now, just based on my...
Even if you don't make the decision right now, it's interesting how you just put that, because you said a 50-50 chance, so you're giving it even odds whether your personality survives. Because, people have to make decisions like that. The doctor will come to them and say, we have to, if we're going to do this hippocampal prosthesis procedure, it is open brain surgery, and there is a 5-8% chance that you might die on the operating table. It's a very similar kind of question to the 50-50 question you just posed on whether you survive or someone else survives this procedure.
Yes.
So you're weighing it like that, just like someone would weigh the chances of surviving a surgical procedure. So it's not like it's you're completely on board with the idea of only Gradual will work. There's you're giving it some percentage chance that perhaps the problem of personal identity surviving is a non-issue, and you could rate that in the same way that you could rate the chances of surviving a surgical procedure.
That is correct. And I suppose I could add on to that by saying, if we if we do achieve whole brain emulation only through scan and copy, if I was like about to die and if we had that, I would at least feel comfortable that we had that, which there's a chance for me having my life extension, even though I have all these issues with continuity about it. Well, at least we have this. So my point with that is that I do, yes, have a certain level of comfortability, or maybe a better word is acceptance, with scan and copy whole brain emulation as a means to life extension. I think that's my point on that.
That's fantastic, actually. This was really interesting. Again, we have this question now. Do we continue, or do we say that this is as far as, say, we have the persistence right now to go on?
I think I've about hit. Yeah, I think I've about hit my limit about how much I can think about this right now.
Okay. Everyone else on the panel, how do you feel about this? Shall we continue? with more questions from the audience, because we still have a few, or is this a good time to?
I think I think it might be a good time to call it. I think we just lost more than half of our original panel.
Oh, really? Okay, then it probably is time. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. With that, I will continue with the formalities. Thank you, panelists, for that great discussion. We are now nearing the end of our Winter 2020 workshop event. I'd like to thank all of our speakers, panel experts, and our audience, our volunteer staff, patrons, and donors. Thank you very much for making this workshop possible. Once again, we are a 501c3 nonprofit operating with the sole mission of achieving research in whole brain emulation. We appreciate the many contributions that have allowed us to organize events such as these. If you'd like to become a monthly donor or to make a one-time donation, you can visit carboncopies.org/donate and donate by PayPal, credit card, bank transfer, or cryptocurrency. You can also contribute by volunteering. We are always looking for those who have a technical background to help with our technical review, and anyone who has experience in the nonprofit world, such as recruiting, event coordination, fundraising, marketing, and so on. You can go to carboncopies.org/openings to apply. You can also sign up to our newsletter to follow us on social media at the Carbon Copies Facebook group, facebook.com/group/carboncopies, at the Carbon Copies Reddit page, reddit.com/r/carboncopies, and at the Carbon Copies Twitter account, Twitter handle @carboncopies.org. All audience members are invited to take our survey. The survey is on our homepage,